7 players. Oh, no, action is here first. Check 3. Okay.
Welcome to TCH Live. We're in Austin, Texas at TCH Social, of course. Kyle Frisbee with you tonight. We are running back a great 2-5 lineup from last week. A lot of folks returning from what was a really wild, exciting game, and a few folks like Rick there at the left of your screen has been on the stream. It's been a bit. Good to have him back. Kicking off with a bomb pot, as we typically do. We'll run a bomb pot with each dealer change every hour. Quarter from each player. Manny Fresh catching a piece with trip 5s and a bet, and we'll just take it down. No resistance for Manny. Speaking of last week, we had a very fun group of you in the chat, so let's run it back this week. I'll be going solo this evening for just under half the show. We'll be joined by EGK around the midway mark, or a little less than that. Plenty of time to interact with you guys in chat. Speaking of returners, got Yammer in seat 2. Of course, Manny Fresh, staple of the stream, along with Dante in seat 6, 5 and 6 respectfully. Raj back there in the 7 seat.
1995.
Oh, 1995.
I was just waiting
Played some great poker last week. And Dave, a bit card dead last week, told me he plans to pick up some hands today, so look for Dave to hopefully have some positive variance in his direction. Dan in the box. Looks like he's getting some add-on chips. This is a match the stat game, so probably we won't be playing a whole lot of just 2-5. $10 straddle will probably be on a fair amount, particularly as these stacks get deeper.
You're in the red.
I mean,
You said you're in the
I
red.
get like three times.
Yeah, button is on 2. You're going to be... Oh, Manny, while you were gone, they all agreed to a Mando 10.
You know, like you played so many hours.
And you just heard it from Dan, mandatory $10 straddle, so we're playing at least 2-5-10 tonight.
No. I don't remember that.
You used to give me a card.
Yeah, where's your punch card?
Just a limp from Dante with King Queen off under the gun.
The profit margin is so slim.
Dante, a kind of crafty player. He's going to mix it up, doing some odd things like limping King Queen under the gun. And Manny waking up with a couple of 10s. If you watch the stream at all, you know he's one of the highest VPIPers.
Such a small rate. I mean,
And everyone calls, so 5 ways to a flop of 9-8 Trey, and the 10 still good on the 9-high board. Manny bets 100, and
get that flop.
nobody with a lot of reason to continue, and looks like Manny's going to scoop
You're running over the
the
table.
bomb pot and the first no limit hand.
They seen though.
I had a king, so
Yeah, they seen.
I would have raised.
And King would have got wrecked there.
All right, and we have our 9th player here.
Fresh meat. Fresh meat.
All right, we've got a live 10 and a live 20.
Actually, you'll know that.
How much are you starting?
Last time I played 15,
Seat 9 is starting for 15. What's your name?
I remember.
First 10.
We'll have a full table tonight. Got a couple of alternates waiting in the wings as well.
Yeah. What the hell? Yeah.
Last week I started with
It's been a pretty juicy game of late, so
He told me it was
I certainly understand why these players would want to
his first hand, yeah.
$20,000.
hop in and try to get a piece of the action.
$20,000.
Just make
10, 10. All in for we
Absolutely
both
not.
hit 10K, yeah.
the screen.
I ran 2K.
We've got a live.
Finally a chatter. Skywalker Poker, what up?
That was a
Back at you. And
I ran twice. I always run it twice.
glad to know you're looking forward to playing on the stream. And sorry that pesky job got in the way.
It's
Definitely
better,
understand,
man.
but
I like it.
certainly welcome you to the stream when
Rib with the king.
schedules line up.
Second bullet, yeah.
Speaking of which, if you want to play the stream, easiest way,
Stick with it.
add me on Instagram, shoot me a message. It's KWFRISBIE, Frisbee.
All 5. All 6.
Shoot me a message. That's how majority of these players found their way to the table. Got a raise from Andrea. King Queen gets called in a couple of spots, and he's going to flop a gut shot Broadway draw.
Check 1. Checks around.
Manny also with a gut shot on the other end of the deck and just spikes the nuts on the turn. He has a wheel. Manny almost a lock to have won the first 3 hands.
All 1.
Drea's going to make the call with his gutter.
Back. See the
Only 110 available and does make a pair. Might actually cost him a little bit of cash. Manny bets small, and Drea quick fold, having made a pair on the river.
button is right. See, monster.
Not willing to pay off the wheel. I would imagine much more likely he was putting Manny on a pair of aces, but actually far stronger than a one-pair hand.
We'll see what the $100 does.
What was the river?
It was a flush.
JY may have seen right just before the last hand, hopping in the 9 seat.
It was a.
Played a fair amount of poker with JY, so it'll be fun to watch him navigate
Too comfortable with the wheel.
these 2-5 streets.
I like to bet with the flush out there.
What makes it? Backdoor flush.
Raise 35. C3.
I don't have the nuts and nothing.
Raise.
I mean,
135,
yeah.
C3.
Even by the nuts. that's
Manny
still
with another
comfortable.
playable hand. He hasn't looked down at any cards he doesn't
I don't
Oh,
like tonight.
the river.
And a couple of 6s this time will generate a 3-bet to 105. Rick with a suited connector will make the call
My turn, bud. Sorry.
Your turn.
in position.
I'll check.
And pretty favorable flop for the 3-4 of diamonds. He's flopped a flush and a gut shot to the steel wheel. 5 of diamonds is available and would give him the steel wheel.
Check 5. Check 3.
Check on the turn. Rick unable to improve, and the 6s of Manny going to be good at showdown if we get there, but quickly firing out a little more than half pot.
C3.
Rick will vacate the pair of 4s, and Manny has won every hand.
5-3 again right there.
Given he V-pips the highest,
100% deeper.
he often, when we show the graphic that has who's won the most pots, Manny often atop that leaderboard, but
Okay, Nick can grab it.
don't believe I've ever seen him have won every hand through the first
I need time for
5 or so hands.
Show him the subway card.
Oh, wait, no, Rick, can you put your microphone on? You can just flip it to the shirt, the green side.
We're asking, do we have like punch card like subway?
No, not yet. Not yet, but I can pass that along. We need to punch our comment box there.
Manny up 702. Nobody else has won a pot. JY is going to make an effort with his ace queen, I would imagine. Once he has a look at his cards. There we go.
You're picking them up, right?
Got a playable one, JY.
It's on blue. Raise.
There's the race to 40.
Fold 1, call 2, call 3, fold 4.
Rick with another 3-4 suited. He's going to give it a go again. It's going to be tough to have a more favorable flop. Not able to get there last time.
I think either color is working. We got 4 players. Art.
They're trying to silence us.
Joshua in chat saying, OMG, the cards keep hitting. Definitely have kept hitting for Manny. Poker Monkey wants to come play from Las Colinas. Certainly welcome you to the stream in the August timeframe. King high flop. Pair of 8s for Manny, and he might just make it 5 in a row. Rick is going to take a stab with his flush draw. Bets 85. And he flat calls in position. Heads up to a turn. And there's the flush for Rick. Likelihood of Manny winning 5 in a row just went down to slim to none. Rick bets 175.
Your clubs? Your clubs?
Yeah, Joshua in chat saying Rick's turn for a flush. Yeah, he had the huge draw last time, and this time gets there with the 3-4.
Imagine we were playing the fireman game.
So the streak is broken. Rick on the board, taking down one pot. Manny's still the only winner.
Well, the bomb so it'd be like 3 in a row.
Extremely early,
So you would have had you would hit the reward.
10,
to say the least.
3, 5, I showed.
If you're joining a little late, Kyle Frisbee with you tonight. I'll be joined in just a few minutes by EGK here in the booth in Austin, Texas.
If Eli's in the booth, come out.
Eli's in the booth? Yeah. They don't go there right now, though, right?
Huh?
They wait.
Well, he's going to hear it in 15 minutes. So.
15 minutes.
Fold 1,
You're pre-calling them?
call 3. Raise 50 total. 4, call 5, fold 6, fold 7.
Raised to 50 with KJO for a collector.
Call 2, call 3, 5 players.
Manny makes the call. Well, more than half the table makes the call, so we're going to go a bunch of ways to this flop. And top pair for Manny, and might just be starting a new hot streak here. Yammer with a gut shot, the only real piece amongst his competitors. Backdoor diamonds working as well for Yammer, so he's going to peel one.
Heads up.
Looking for a 4 or at least a diamond for some additional equity. Queen of clubs is neither of those things. $7.12, decent sized pot brewing.
325.
Manny going to go for some additional value, bets 325. Yammer will let it go, so Manny's now won 5 of 6 hands we've played, including a bomb pot scoop. Not at Showdown, but bet and got everybody to fold.
Is that a
Which
2 pair, Manny, or just a big ace?
One of the better results when you're playing a bomb pot, which is, of course, a split pot game.
That was no clubs. Bet. No clubs. Bet. You really, we can play a game. We can play. Where you
Coming
gotta
up
show one
tomorrow,
card.
9 for 99.
And
If
if you
you're
don't,
one of the
then you
cash
put
game
$10
players
in the
that
flash pot the
frequents
next game.
this room, get a discount on your time on Thursdays.
Man,
$99
$5.
get you 9 hours.
I know, my God. I want to go broke not showing.
No, just one card. You just took one card up. Is it shadow?
25.
No. Basically, when you win a hand, you just show one card. If you forget to show one card, you throw $10 in the next hand. $20, whatever y'all want. 25.
Yeah, it should be like 100, right?
Looks like we have a $25 straddle on and a bunch of limping over to JY, who looks down at Ace Jack
It doesn't have to be anything.
and is going to raise the stakes to
If you forget to
175.
show that one card, it's not a horrible penalty.
Rick with another 3-4 suited. He lets it go this time.
5, fold, 6, fold, 7. Heads up.
Hammer makes the call with Queen Jack, and he's going to be dominated going to this flop heads up versus JY.
It's not. That's it. Basically, it just goes in the next hand.
It's like that restaurant.
If you forget to show, then it
And
goes in the next hand.
all eights.
200.
Is that the hand?
JY is going to continue. Ace high with
More than $10.
trip eight's going to be good. A fair amount of the time, and Yammer makes the call with just queen high. SPR now basically 1-1. Turns a king.
Next hour.
JY probably not loving the king on the turn, but gonna keep firing. He bets. Well, doesn't have to bet at all. He verbalized 350, but insta-fold from Yammer, and JY gonna win a nice pot.
Oh yeah, guys, if you add any chips at any point, just let me know like Raj did.
And yeah, question about the regular rate. Yeah, $13 an hour.
I'll play the I want to play. It's pretty good.
So pretty nice discount, the 9 for 99 every Thursday.
I mean, we can watch these TCH commercials.
Yeah, I'll have to sell game.
I don't know if there's any games on
I see a
TCH.
baseball game.
Huh?
I see a baseball game.
There's always baseball on.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. I don't know if there's any good
I
baseball.
watched some fucking women's basketball. Shit. Not really.
Yeah, there's some.
Something.
Can we get a TV request?
Yeah, you guys will let me know on this.
Yeah, we'll take any.
Ready?
We'll take anything except TCH commercial.
Pulls around to Manny, who limps a suited gapper. Dante maybe a little bored with queen 6. He'll call. Finally, we get a raise from Dave. He's got queen jack offsuit and, most importantly, the button with nobody showing any strength. Manny does call with the 6-3 of spades, and Dave just going to flop the nuts. Did say he ran pretty thin last week in terms of finding value spots, but flopping the nuts will definitely turn the tide. Unfortunately for him, Manny with really nothing to motivate him to put any more money in this pot, and he does fold. Dave probably not stoked, as his hat says, about getting no post-flop action after flopping the nuts, but nonetheless, slightly in the green, along with JY and Manny. Edgar, welcome back from Boston, Massachusetts. Had a great time with you in chat last week.
$25.
Zeno saying live stream is actually live. Definitely live. Said hi to all the players before we kick things off tonight. Of course, there is a slight delay for game integrity, but they're all out there splashing around as we speak. Dave with the raise with the suited ace tray. Makes it 60. Yammer, ace 10 calls. Collector, suited king will come along. 3 ways to a flop. Of queen 10 deuce rainbow. Yammer with middle pair. Checks over to Dave, who's going to c-bet.
Call, 2, fold, 4, change coming.
Gets a very quick call from Yammer. Yammer checks to Dave again. Dave will slow down. The quick call of a c-bet is very often a weaker pair or a reasonably strong draw. And Yammer gets there with trips, bets, and Dave with just ace high will let it go.
Do it.
Double shot?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do 20.
You gotta live 20 C5.
25 is too rich.
$5 to me for his tip when I win.
We gotta live 40 C6. Triple screw.
I'm looking to see if there's any games. I'm like, not shit.
We got this game. You already bored of us?
No, I'm trying. I don't want to look at bio flags or something like that.
Soccer game?
If you've watched the stream before, you're well aware of the chip denominations, but just quickly,
Rangers play.
red and green, 5 and 25. Black is 100, as you'll see it just about any card room.
They play
The
7.
division.
The pink on the top of Yammer's stack there is a $500 chip, and
Baseball?
there's a couple of orange chips on the table, which are the 1Ks. Do have a 5K chip as well, but none on the table at the moment. Top pair for Manny.
How you been? How you doing, Tom? Good. Good to see you. I'm good, man.
He will bet and get a quick call from Dante, who has a pair of jacks.
Just getting things pumping. Just gonna hang out for a little bit. And,
Turn is now 2 pair for Manny.
couple guys over there.
Manny now bets 175 and can't blame Dante for making this call with just a pair of jacks. Manny definitely capable of having worse holdings in this spot, but has the goods this time, and he's going to size up on the river and quick fold from Dante.
That's right. C2. Guys, give me a moment for some barrels.
Edgar with a good question in chat. Who's everybody rooting for? Let us know in chat. Zeno said at the moment Manny for winning most of the hands. He's certainly been on fire. He won the majority of the first 10 hands by himself. Up 1,300 for
You'll see I had King 4 there.
those efforts. JY also winning.
E4 suited.
Top pair, shitty kicker. Top pair, worst kicker. Turn 2 pair.
Raise 50 total. C9. All 1. All 2.
I've kind of got to stay out of the rooting game myself, but I will say, do love seeing somebody who I've not seen spin it up big before have just one of those dream sessions. Always kind of fun to watch. 10-8-7, 2 hearts. Pair of sevens, best hand for Yammer. Checks over to him, and definitely not the type of player afraid to put some money in the pot. He'll bet 150 with bottom pair. No reason for his opponents to continue, so Yammer will pick up that pot, and he's right about back at even. I actually checked that. I think he added on a few chips, but back to the 2K starting stack he begun the night with. 2K was the max buy-in. As we mentioned up top, this is a match the stack game.
I would float for 150, whatever the hell that was. Just didn't like my position. 3 people. I'd pocket 4.
Edgar also rooting for Manny. Manny, popular in the chat. Tell you what, he deserves it. He's willing to mix it up, play a lot of hands. Definitely has a creative style.
Very, very
60 total.
very lucrative. So you got ace 10 there?
3.
Raised to 60 from Andrea. King 10 suited.
4s are good there.
From the hijack, and Yammer calls with a suited gapper. Dante comes along, Raj as well.
4 players.
From the straddles. 10-8 tray, 2 diamonds, top pair, and a flush draw for Andrea.
Bet 250. See one.
Just what the doctor ordered for the King 10 of diamonds. He'll bet 250. Everybody folds. Andrea will take that one down. Pretty unfortunate not to get played back at all with such a huge hand. Typically a raise and 3 callers. Somebody is going to have more interaction with a board of that texture. Dave, couple of 8s will limp under the gun.
At least we got something on TV.
Do you want me to get it? No, it's good.
This is way better.
Raise, see 130 total. Call 2.
Andrea will make the raise with Queen Jack. Yammer in there with a suited ace. Rick, ace 10, good enough to pitch in $30. And Dave did not expect this. He is going to limp re-raise the 8s, and Yammer very quick call, but Dave trying to represent a very, very narrow premium range. Aces, kings, queens, ace, king suited maybe.
$30.
Yeah, man. Everything is
Want to be suited?
Curious if Yammer knows Dave is kind of up to no good in terms of, obviously 8's a decent hand, but not typically falling into the category of a hand you want to limp re-raise in a cash game. Not that there really are a lot of hands that, yeah, I like Dave, very creative there. There is a school of thought out there about mixing in some limp re-raises without your premiums because your opponents are just so likely to put you on huge hands like aces and kings. So C-bet works to go ahead and take it down. And Dave on the board up 240. I'm sure he's stoked about that. Zeno saying, who do you think is the underdog in this game? I don't know if I would necessarily pinpoint anyone as an underdog, but y'all feel free to debate that in the chat. I do know who I haven't necessarily seen spin up a huge stack on stream, so I guess for me, always fun to see somebody do it for the first time, or at least the first time my eyes get to see it. Dante, a couple of tens in the small blind, going to raise to 230.
I think you had 130. I think he added. I think he snuck on another 100 on there.
Whatever gets me to get you to fold.
I'm joking. I'm folding. I don't want to play that, man. Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
Stop that one.
Dante's raise. We'll get Manny to lay it down. He'll win a small one.
I didn't see the amount.
I'm
That
joking.
happens again.
And I joke with him. I joke with him. No, I'm good.
Nope.
If any of you are wondering why Dante looks a little different today, if you've
Give me 150 now.
seen him on many of the recent streams, he cut about 10 inches off his beard.
So you're going to call the 135?
I played with him a couple of days ago and had to do a double take.
If I got 40 in there, yes,
That's a
I'm
small
gonna call.
raise. That's like,
I'm gonna call
I
91.
mean, like, I would never do that. I might as well just call. That accomplishes nothing.
Yes, just then don't even raise. Don't even raise, and let me just get in there with queen deuce.
Good to have Yammer back, always representing Detroit.
Raise 100 total.
This is the road.
All 6. 7. Change
Huh?
100. All 8. Fold 9. All 2. 4 players.
Edgar calling out. Fun to watch a player make a comeback. It certainly is, and I probably say it too often, but we have definitely had players go from worst to first in some of the most improbable of ways. When it looks completely bleak, they'll just hit a heater and go from the far right side of your screen where the biggest loser is all the way to the far left. Dante's 10's still good, but Manny bets and
One time.
just really has the queen of hearts working for him. Dave calls with Broadway draw that does not get there, but Manny gets a heart. Now has a second nut heart draw.
That 325. 8.
Dave going to keep semi-bluffing, and Manny definitely not going to be folding after picking up that fourth heart.
All 5.
Does make the call, and this river bricks, which it does. And Dave, it looks like he's going to slow down and give up. Manny, yeah, knows he's got a bet to win it,
370.
most likely, and he pretty quickly puts out 375 and gets a fold from Dave. Nicely played by Manny. He'll win a decent, more than decent, $1,700 pot.
Play it back to back hands, right?
Mess with them. Don't mess with them.
Fire.
Action kind of unfolded so quickly, but I was about to
Not my favorite hand. Just the back
wonder
back hand.
aloud
Back to back
before we
hand.
saw the action there if Dave would have
Played it, or
a
he
river
raised it.
bullet in him.
Play it last time. Gotta play it this time.
It's totally my fault. Whatever. Apparently. You're indoors. You know that, right?
Always tough to
Ears off.
fire that third bullet
come back at
when
me.
you've got a sticky
Accept it.
opponent who's
Sorry.
already called you twice.
Like some people do.
Just trying to join the party.
I do it so like people think I'm.
Manny now up
Studying
just a
actually.
tad under 2K
God, this guy's really
in
intense.
just 16 hands. Speaking of spin ups, that's happening in seat 5 tonight. Race to 30 by Manny. King 8-0. Dante makes the call along with Andrea. Pretty speculative holdings, and Andrea gonna flop top pair. Dante will outturn him, however. Now a pair of aces. And a gut shot to a wheel. Dante bets 50. Andrea makes the call, and Manny out of there, so heads up to the river. River is the 9 of hearts.
Showdown, guys. 2 to show. I see queen.
Check,
trade,
check,
I
and
see
Dante.
ace trade. Aces will take it.
Show his pair of aces and scoop this pot.
Slot that check through, right?
I am not. I'm not a good player anymore.
There you go.
One time I used to be. I thought I did.
Like, you just need to go back to last week, punting with the kings and making aces fold. That's a good
So
play.
I've been.
That's
I've been playing a lot of like 2-5, 1-2 here, and
one,
yeah,
two is not good.
I know.
People
I
gonna
got my
call you
ass handed-
down.
I had my ass handed to me.
It's hard to play.
Just need a. I don't know.
Raise 40 total. Seat 3. Hold 4.
Raised to 40 by Rick. He's got queen jack offsuit.
Raise 125. Seat 7. Hold 8.
3-bet comes in from Raj with the king queen suited in the cutoff. Folds around to Rick, and he's got calling chips, so heads up.
Yeah. That's one good thing. My heart's all better now.
That's good.
Jack 9-5, 2 hearts, top pair for Rick.
Oh, you can give a little boost. Okay.
Pretty quickly checks over to Raj, who's going to c-bet
Everybody is.
100, and Rick just going to call.
You got the
Raj, obviously with the gut shot, did have backdoor clubs working, but no longer as the 5 of spades rolls off.
A priest at one time.
Rick going to keep
I would
It didn't
never
work out.
expect it.
kind of a combination of playing it
I've never been to
slow
public school, so I went
/
to
potentially
college. I
pot
went to Bangor
control
College.
out of position.
So I went to public school and it was just.
Raj was the pre-flop 3-better, so he does have overpairs. His range is uncapped as played. And Raj going to take advantage of that uncapped range and put a ton of pressure here on Rick.
Yeah.
And Rick, with his stack size, basically has to decide if he's willing to put the rest of his chips in with just a pair of jacks and a queen kicker.
Military basketball.
Obviously, if he chose to do so, he
I was
would
raised
be
Catholic. I was in Catholic.
likely to double up, and Raj gets it through the aggression,
Military.
paying off and really continuing the play style that he demonstrated last week. He found a lot of good squeeze spots with some small suited aces, got his opponents to fold
After I went there, I was
better hands, avoided going multi-way and
Everyone's hates it.
pots where he did have a hand that doesn't like to play
He's never been bored in his
versus a
life.
ton of
He's
opponents.
easy.
Fun to watch
He
him
just
play.
guards a silo in Montana. He just stands there. Can't talk to the guy over there for 10-hour shifts.
7 is adding
Is it gonna be
5.
4 out or 4 out?
I don't know. I don't know the details. I just know
No,
he
no, when's
says,
it gonna be out?
oh yeah, it's a 4 years, 1 more year.
Somewhere.
Yeah, Edgar's saying wow in chat. Yep. Pretty big laydown there by Rick. Tough to blame him. He's pretty much either way ahead or crushed.
Collector has a name.
They raised.
And
They're in a hand.
He's calling you a nit.
the aggression from Raj sold the story that he could have
At the tell.
better
Yeah,
jacks,
when they're playing,
overpairs,
They're in the
and
hand. There's something going
got
on.
Rick to fold.
They're behind.
What if they play against each other?
Oh man.
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know who to bet on. Well, if they're in
Ace
the hand,
queen
they're
6,
side
2
bets.
diamonds.
I'll
Pair of
take the- I'll
sixes
take
going to be
the,
good for Yammer.
Checks around, guys. 4 players.
Is it the initial raiser, the re-raiser?
Well, it's always the 3-better, right? It's less and less likely to be marginal.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm a believer in luck. I don't care about.
I'm a believer in getting people to fold. Sometimes it works, sometimes.
I like luck. Luck is fun.
Well, we haven't been devoid of action, but we
I
actually
got a
last
little
week
bonus
we
to
had
get
a
garage. Actually, I still gotta get,
deluge
2
of
free
aces
bands.
and kings. Pretty much everybody getting to take part
Yeah,
in
Raj
a
is nuts or nothing.
premium pair at least a few times. I believe Dante had aces 3 times in 100 hands.
That was.
We've yet to see one of those
Okay.
big premium
The other
pairs
one you
as
tricked me. I thought you had like 2
as
bands,
promised.
like 4
EGK
bands.
joining the booth here
Such an angle.
just before the
Nice
7
job.
o'clock hour.
Such an
Welcome,
angle. I
sir.
can't-
Kyle, what's going
God,
on?
hey, he had his just behind.
I said this in my
We've all
last.
seen those videos.
I said this in my,
Good to
I
have
said
you
this in
back
my
in the
last
booth,
hand.
Eli.
I think
Giddy
to
up.
force me to
Good to be
straddle.
home.
I didn't want
TCH
to.
Live. Back
I
to the
wake up with
family.
ace, queen of
Feels
clubs,
good. We're done with the
just
traveling. for this
Raised
summer.
to 150.
Yeah, I
we're
was
done.
happy to see your
And
face
then you
in
raised, right?
a rare moment
You
where
often
we're
find
in the
yourself
same
violated?
tournament on Monday.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. That daily 10K tournament we ripped.
yeah, that's a fun
Well, he
one.
raised.
I walked away saying
Got
that was a
aces.
tougher
Kings
lineup
are
than anything
better.
I faced at WSOP.
No raise, no warning.
Ace queen for JY. He'll raise to 100. Rick in there with ace 7.
No. With
I
Jack,
gave
I see
him a
people
warning.
Manny
folding.
comes
I gave
along
him a
from the
warning.
straddle.
My last hand, I didn't straddle. I'm gonna make a big raise.
Yeah, I if you're listening out there and you've never played at TCH, maybe nervous to play, and we'll get back to that in a second. We got top pair, top kicker for JY, and Rick flops middle pair. Not a whole lot, but backdoor hope for Manny.
Okay, that's right. 135.
A lot of drama.
A lot of string
135 is the wager by JY.
Illusion with the dealer.
135.
Just keep adding $5 in there.
All 3.
Rick carves out a call, and nobody hates folding more than Manny, but we'll see if he can conjure up a reason to continue. He does not. Heads up to the jack of spades on the turn, and I imagine Manny kicking himself. However, top pair, top kicker, still good here for JY, but Rick gonna take the lead on the turn.
245. 10 more.
Oh, Kyle, it feels good to be home to good old Texas poker, doesn't it?
Well, I never left, but I know that you got a taste of non-Texas poker, and
Oh, it's
I'm sure you're
dry.
glad to be back.
It's dry, man. It's you definitely don't see second pair peeling, getting handcuffed between 2 players, and then donking the turn. It's good to be home.
Some unusual lines you'll see.
No, they feel normal now.
Creative.
Creative.
Deuce of clubs on the river, and Rick SPR, and he's gonna rip it. And
I'm a little surprised Joey hasn't just snapped him here, to be completely honest.
yeah, as played, I can understand you just, you're worried about. Because he led the turn after calling flop, does he have queen jack? Obviously, you block that. But given the pot odds he's getting, I just can't imagine he doesn't end up clicking call here.
Yeah. What we got to think about, right? What's our opponent's range here? And our opponent called a one, not even a 1/3, more like a 40% bet on the flop with the player behind, which isolates him a lot to draws, queens, and sets, right? He shouldn't be peeling with second pair here. However, the second he donk leads a third on the turn, Kyle, that really starts to condense the range quite a bit to almost not making sense, right? Does turn top 2 want to all of a sudden limit the pot size from your opponent betting? I'd say not. Does a set want to slow down the action and limit the aggressor from continuing to bet? I'd say not. I think his hand just kind of falls into a camp of this line doesn't make sense unless you turn some sort of combo draw, which that's almost giving too much credit for what we've seen. But it's a fun hand of poker, right? It just shows that, it's a really good thing to go back and watch if you are going to employ different lines and if you are going to start picking on different spots to bluff your opponents. The story still has to make sense.
Yeah, I stared at the board for a moment. I mean, the fact that there were no even non-obvious draws that got there on the turn. So
yeah, I mean the
but
turn did bring in combo, like the potential to turn backdoor combo draws, right? Your 8-9 of spades.
Whoa, whoa, what's going on?
But everything bricked out on the river too.
Do you want some change for these? Yeah.
I'll just piss on the shit.
I could hear what you're saying.
Here's 1,000.
Poker's fun though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is. I
I
will
love that. That sounded.
I will say, being gone traveling for so long this summer, you get to see people from all parts of the country, people employing different strategies from across the country. Obviously, nothing beats Texas poker. I think we all know that. But very interesting just to see different play styles and different thought processes. And I think it's just a good reminder that poker is alive and well. It's not going anywhere across this entire country, man.
Yeah, poker is kind of like I'm going to make it an attempt here at an analogy, but like regional barbecue. For it to be good, it does still have to use quality meat, some smoke from a wood fire or charcoal, some kind of sauce.
I like
But
that.
they can be slightly different and
Yeah,
still
absolutely.
good.
Absolutely.
Technically, that's a min raise.
We have a
And having played
just
one of the most
saying,
random
we have
places
to
I've
do the
played
rules,
is
not
Kansas City.
Okay, I've
That
actually
was-
heard really good things about the games in Kansas City.
Yeah, it was a pretty decent game. I didn't have a large sample size, but definitely you could tell a different style of poker than here in the great state of Texas. Flush draw for Yammer. Top pair for Manny. Pair and open ender for Andrea.
Everybody's got a little bit of something. Dante somehow found
Yeah,
open-ended with the Jack 6-0.
Oh, and Rick folds pocket fives and would have turned a set. And look at his face. That is a painful.
Yeah, I mean,
Dang.
this is TCH Live, right? We live on results-oriented poker around here.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of reps to get better at not letting that sting. But the old good fold turn set hurts. And Riverboat
Everyone feels it, though.
trip kings here for Manny. Flush draw does not get there for Yammer. 775 in the middle, but Manny with a pretty strong hand, obviously, but Yammer with 8 high.
Yeah, I like Manny's bet here, Kyle. I think a lot of people, this spot would be reversed, where you got to understand your opponent's range consists of a lot of draws, and there's just not much that's going to pay you, and you want to give your opponent an opportunity to bluff. But in Manny's case, almost role reversal here, right? Manny's got such an image locally where, there's really no reason for him personally to ever start working in the traps. Like he's just gonna make more money over the long run of always value betting his big hands due to his image. And I think if his opponent even had something such as a naked queen, he just gets snap looked up there. So I think really good recognition on Manny's part just to go ahead and continue barreling river there.
Out of position. 7 deuce against.
Yeah, Manny certainly does tend to get paid the most with his value hands for all those reasons.
There's a bounty for you.
Oh,
just
me and Manny
described-
had a fun cash session a few nights ago together.
Yeah, I think you gave me kind of a Cliff Notes version of it. I can only imagine how nutty it was. Actually, speaking of crazy poker sessions and this table, I had a wild one with Dante a couple days ago. He did some things that should be illegal, but resulted in him having an absolute colossal stack of chips.
Yeah, Dante is one of my all-time favorite people in this community here. Dante, Manny, even I've gotten to know Raj of recent. Man, is this kid an up-and-coming crusher, Kyle?
Top pair, top kicker for Raj. Manny checks over to him, and he'll bet 200.
Yeah, do you see the difference here with the approach Raj is taking to where you saw with, let's say, Kyle? sorry, not Kyle, with Joey in the 9 seat, where Joey started defaulting to a pretty standard, kind of in between 1/3, 40% pot sizing on the flop, which I think a lot of us default to at some point. But Raj rightfully understanding that top pair, top kicker is just such a big hand here. He's gonna start increasing the size of the pot as quick as possible. So just really good recognition on Raj's part as well, man. I have started to garnish just a lot of respect for this kid over the last 12 months as we've been playing together, and I'm telling you, guys out there watching, man, if this kid keeps on the path that he's on, this is going to be a name that people know really around the country over the next 5 or 10 years, and not just locally. This kid is sharp, man.
Well, I accidentally sort of interrupted you with a hand motion as you were talking, but I was literally going to be trying to say the same thing as you spoke. Y'all can't see me out there, but I was pointing at Raj and going to do a thumbs up because his game is a lot of fun to watch. And having played with him now, I'm not sure exactly when I would have started recognizing him at the table, but always one of the tougher opponents. Certainly at a 1-2 table, which you would still find him at until I think more recently he's moved up in stakes.
Yeah, he jumped up probably 6 or 8 months ago, from my understanding, and it's every time I played with him in the 2-5 or the 5-10 streets around here, I mean the kid's just a crusher. He's very, very difficult to play against. He balances very well. He's polar in a lot of big spots with his bluffs, with his value, and it's sometimes extremely difficult to decipher the two.
Aiden in chat saying, yeah, Raj is sharp, and I'm
totally agree, Aiden.
Yeah, I'm
totally
pretty sure I
agree.
know which Aiden this is. Aiden, if you're the Aiden I'm thinking of, you'll know. Let me know.
If this is Aiden that, we played together a month ago for a few hours in the post-stream game, then Aiden, I think very highly of your game as well, man.
Yeah, Aiden been a recent regular on the stream. Not able to make it this week, but certainly hope to have him back in the very near future. Pulled off a bluff versus T1000 that ended up on T1000's podcast. So,
ooh, that's tough to do.
Yeah, it was a good move when you end up on a podcast for it by the player that you bluffed. And really interesting analysis from T1000 as well about his thought process.
I'm going to have to go back and pay attention to that. I just recently found out he was running a podcast from downtown. So I'm definitely interested because T1000 is definitely an elite player locally around here. While I haven't had the pleasure of playing with him, I do have a handful of friends who know him very well. I've seen a handful of his stuff over the years, and just an all-around excellent player, very difficult to bluff. Matter of fact, he's the one that's usually going to put you in all the spots. So kudos Aiden.
Yammer now betting 305 with top pair and no kicker, playing 2-pair with the 8. Dave calls with king queen. Does have the queen of clubs. Second nut flush draw.
Giddy up.
1600 in the middle, and unfortunately for Dave, does not improve, but Yammer going to win a nice pot here, presuming he never folds top pair.
Well, I definitely don't like how we got here with the king-queen, I'll be honest. You can't call. If you are going to call, you have to have some river plans. And, just the check calling down for a 20% and then potentially just folding this. It just feels like we're kind of off in la-la land here a little bit.
Yeah, and part of the issue, of course, as well, is you can't really have a river plan once it gets that shallow.
Agreed.
Basically, kind of relegated to you hit and or not.
Which does bring up a good topic, Kyle. One we don't usually touch on this stream. A lot of times me and you are doing final tables together. We're more talking, ICM play and 20 big blind check raising ranges, all the above. When you are looking to complete a draw, there is more that goes in than just pot odds, right? It's how much does my opponent have behind?
What are your implied odds?
What are our implied odds?
What do you mean by
Am I going to be able to realize this on the river? I would be safe to assume that he peels his naked club on the river, that opponent doesn't put a single dollar in. So essentially what's taking place is we're now calling whatever this $300-400 bet on the turn to essentially win no more money. Right, and that's just a good thing that any of you out there looking to sharpen up your game can really start to employ is taking into account, as Kyle said, implied odds.
Flush draw here for Dave. Yeah, and to segue off of that, like hands, of course, that are going to have the biggest implied odds are like discrete straight draws that maybe you kind of shouldn't have if you get there. Obviously, sets are the most obvious time to, as you know, Eli, to think about implied odds is if you're not deep enough to call a raise with a small pocket pair to set mine, your implied odds do not justify the call. It's losing money
That's
over
correct.
time.
That's correct.
And I see people do that over and over. As we have an all-in and
This
a
is a
call.
fun one right here.
Yeah, set
got
versus
set.
flush draw with a gutter. Dave looking for a club and the 1-4 remaining. 4 of spades.
Looks like we're ripping twice here.
Does not come on the first board.
Flush draw?
Dante will win that one as well as the second with a boat. So Dante going to win 21-31.
Yeah, nice pot for Dante here, and I think we get to cheat and look at the percentages on the screen here, but this is also some spots and equity that you in game you should start to know, and obviously starting to understand that on the turn these combo draws are not as big as a favorite as most people in game give them credit for. Right, you start getting down to one card to come, and you don't have pair outs to go along with it. You're typically a lot of these spots, as we saw here, is Dante's a 3-1 favorite going into the river.
Yeah, and I guess since we're talking about players, play styles, and games at the table, Dante, kind of an interesting one. He's a knowledgeable, smart player. Obviously, been around forever, has played a ton of poker.
No, I'm not.
But
I can't.
one way I
don't see how
might
much chips I have.
characterize his game is he'll take some oddball lines or make some odd choices. But what he does a decent job of, or maybe good
I don't know,
job,
man. I got
is
a lot in there.
not allowing an odd decision perpetuate itself into something worse. So let's say if he does something like limp a strong hand under the gun and nobody raises and he goes multi-way with, let's say, aces, which he's done something, he's not just going to stack off when somebody flops
Agreed.
two pair with it.
Yeah.
So just that's an extreme example,
Sure.
but he does a pretty uniquely good job of kind of having a quirky play style, but not letting it get him in too deep of
In
trouble.
Monopoly,
I think Dante also has another factor going for him as well, which is often very underrated, and it's very similar to our friend Chris Birchfield out of Houston. If anybody out there watching the streams with TCH Live over the years should know Chris very well. Shout out The Hangover. Chris,
Oh,
just
yeah,
Chris,
now I know who you're
you know
talking
exactly
about.
who I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Chris is an excellent tournament player. I'm pretty sure just recently he crossed the $1 million mark in earnings. But both him and Dante have this really lovable personality at the table where they're really fun. They'll take some off-the-wall lines. But upstairs, they are just dialing sharp, 100 miles ahead of where the average recreational player is. And they will confuse any recreational player at the table with their fun-loving personality and show of gamble. When you get down to the nuts and bolts, though, both of them are having winning months 11 out of 12 years, or 11 out of 12 months on the year.
Yeah, and I mean, you bring up another great point. Is I'm not as personally familiar with Chris's game, but to them being fun at the table, Dante for sure one of the rare players that gets positive EV out of his table talk. A lot of people think they do and that they're being cute, but good players are going to see through it. Dante, pretty tough to decipher.
Agreed.
His table talk. 3-bet from Manny. Back to the action here. 5-4 suited. Gets called in 3 spots. And trips for Andrea. the only real piece of this flop.
Love seeing this 3-bet by Manny. The 5-4 suited is just not going to play well when you flat and go multi-way. Unfortunately, he did get multi-way with this pot. It probably means a little less for his play style 3-betting this hand than it does someone else. But this is typically a hand I usually like to balance with. Suited 5s, suited 10s are where I'm going to throw a lot of my 3-bet, 4-bet bluffs in to balance all the strong hands in those situations. So just good recognition by Manny not to flat this hand if he is going to play it.
Yeah, and Manny did something that sometimes he'll keep barreling when, maybe it's a pretty unlikely to be successful, but actually did shut down there, and Andrea just kind of let him off the hook and ripped it. But on King Deuce, once you see bet of a reasonable size there, it's what else is your opponent?
Yeah,
there was a flush draw, but
we're not playing heads up.
Yeah.
We're playing 3 and 4 and 5-way pots here. It's very difficult and often wrong to be c-betting air such multi-way pots. Where here in Texas, that's a thing all of us have to learn. When you start going multi-way so often, your c-bet range has to be taken down, or I should say your c-bet frequency really needs to be taken down a little bit less than optimal or normal as you normally would in a standard setup.
Raise 45 to 53, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Rick going to raise the Queen 9 offsuit to $45 from the hijack. Or, excuse me, he was from UTG 2. Manny makes the call on the hijack.
Since I'm a little bit late here, do we have an update on kind of who's winning this session, who's crushing, who's down?
Yes. So you missed the early Manny wave. Manny won 5 out of the first 6 hands.
Let's go, Manny.
And the majority of the hands before we got to 10, and he was up 2K at one point. I believe he's still probably in that region looking at his stack. And I guess Dante's probably now joined him after that last spot. We'll see the win-loss columns here after the hand. Rick, his turn to flop trips. And Bet's going to take it down on the flop.
Well, I have to say, I don't, while I'm traveling and kind of disconnected from the local scene, Kyle, I don't get to usually tune in and listen, but I heard Bones stepped into my seat for a stream, and I was impressed, man. He sounds good.
Yeah, Bones, a special treat to have in the booth. He, if you watch the stream really at all, our Wednesday cash streams, he's been a staple this year and pretty much all our stake levels, but obviously he'll play about as big as you can find in Austin, and got him to hop in for the Capital of Texas Showdown. Our showdown at the Capitol. There we go.
Trust me, I started getting
it's a little tongue twister.
I started getting some texts that, Mixon and Augie were both running at this thing. And, when I got back to the hotel room, I didn't get to watch it that night, but the next day I waited to text Mixon and Augie and figure out the results, and I watched it the next day in the hotel room. And listening to Bones, just incredible thought process the whole way through, incredible range analysis. I mean, I already knew, and so does most people, that guy is intelligent and very, very sharp. He's at the peak of the industry here for mid to high stakes poker. But he sounds excellent on the microphone, man. So shout out to Bones for doing just an awesome job last week or the week before.
Yeah, little teaser may have him back intermittently. Of course, I think he mostly would rather be out there making tens of thousands of dollars as he usually is.
Sure.
But we'll get him in the booth when we can. Back to a bomb pot.
I also didn't realize that me and him have similar voice structures on the microphone. I had a couple of people when I got back to town come up and tell me that they were listening to me during that episode.
Oh, they thought Bones was you?
And
That's
I
funny.
said, no, there's no comparing the two. He's still in a league of his own, but I appreciate the compliment.
You got my wheels turning. I guess I can kind of see, the voices being... Y'all are such different dudes. Both great poker players, but
You're different, of course.
But
And trust
in
me, I'm
terms
not
of
claiming to be in the same league as
Oh, no,
Collins.
I-
He's in a league
but-
of his own, man.
but in terms of the sound, yeah, y'all both have somewhat similar voices. But yeah, and your analysis, always a treat for everybody. It's particularly those final tables. You've studied all the spots, and
Well, I'll tell you, man. After a couple of weeks of playing these larger fields with some very elite players around the country, I came home saying, "Oh my God, there's so much more I need to learn." And not to go off in tournament land too much while we're streaming a cash game here, but just I think there's a lot of things that
I got pocket tens. Oh, and
in the Texas fields we're not accustomed to seeing, such as passivity and such high implications towards ICM play and conservation of chips.
No,
And just some deep game tree spots that I really felt I needed to come home and start spending the next 6 months getting a lot better at.
yeah, when I see players like Alex Fox and Adrian Mateos play, which been on my TV quite a bit of late, I would just pay so much to just be able to listen to their thoughts as they think through a hand.
Agreed.
I would just like to know what the process and the kind of the tree might look like. This collector raises ace jack suited from UTG2. It's a call from Manny with inferior diamonds. Dante in there with my favorite non-premium 9-7 suited.
Is that your hand?
Yeah, that's my non-premium.
That's it. That's it.
What's yours?
I don't have one.
No non-premium?
Not anymore.
You're an aces guy?
No, I want to win the pot.
Yeah.
I could care less if it's with 5 high or the nuts. I want to win the pot.
Well, I will say I don't go out of my way to play 9-7 suited, but maybe it could be like a balancing thing. Like if it's been a while since I 3-bet, a suited connector 9-7 shows up, it's time to go.
9-7 suited seems to be the theme of the last 24 hours for poker games I've sat in. I've got a funny story for you after this hand. Let's take a look at what happens, and I'll keep the players nameless that this took place in this room last night. But it was quite a fun spot. That's probably going to get dissected by some people.
Well, this spot, collector bets with a Broadway draw looking for a 10, but
Let's go,
will not
collector.
have to get there. He'll take it down.
So, last night, Kyle, we're sitting in a very fun PLO game. 2 o'clock in the morning. Game's got a lot of chips in it, and we know the drill around here. 125 PLO in Texas
At 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m. is not typically 125 PLO.
Right.
There was an interesting situation where the two opponents' table. I'm not involved in the hand. One of the players flops the nuts with 9-7 on 10-8-6. 10-8-6 two-tone, 2 spades, 1 club, and he flops a dry 9-7. No redraws. Turn brings off a king, also bringing in a backdoor flush draw. So now we have a board of 10-8-6 king, 2 spades, 2 clubs. The queen of clubs hits the river. This pot going into the river somewhere around the neighborhood of $1,200. So now 7-9 has just shrunken, right? 7-9 is now the 3rd nut straight, along with X amount of potential flushes that complete on the river, right? Villain 1 then lead pots on the river. Villain 2 then stacks off with the dry 7-9 as the 15th nuts. This pot, 15th nuts, basically the 15th nuts here. And then as he is storming out of the building, decides he's going to go on a rampage at player 1 about how bad he is. And it just goes to show you that when we are calling with the 15th nuts and assume our opponent is the one making the mistake, poker's alive and well, man.
Yeah, when people play down to their opponents, it ends very poorly. Is 3-bet pot, 9-9 tray, kings versus 10s, both players with an overpair. And kings are going to rip it, and Andrea asking for the rest of Yammer's chips. Does flick in the call.
Yeah, I'd be very
and-
surprised if we just don't get all in here.
Yeah, 41.89, I believe the biggest pot we've had thus far tonight. Ace, no help to Yammer. Looking for a 10, does not come. And Andrea gonna win a nice one with a couple of cowboys.
Yeah, unfamiliar with Andrea's game. So can't really speak to what Yammer might have on him or what their experience playing together is. Obviously, Kings is doing the correct thing as far as building this pot very quickly. These are board textures that you just want to use much larger sizing and get the money in overpair versus overpair, and very well done by Andrea. Yammer's hand, this is a case where, well, unfortunately, sometimes you're going to go with it, but at the same time, if you have any experience at all, at the same time, it can be a pretty easy fold. You're isolating your opponent to double barreling with ace high.
Yeah.
So obviously, like I said, we don't know what kind of experience they have. He might have experience playing with him where he knows he's fully capable of firing off in this pot. But just on the surface, it does feel like a spot where tens can just get away.
I definitely agree, Eli. And, I mean, you explained it well. And, I mean, in a vacuum, of course, you're like, well, I still have an overpair. But the way you break it down.
What are we beating?
Yeah, the only thing we're beating is if our opponent has the guts to barrel away with ace high, for example. And
I think a lot of this comes back to a very similar theme that me and you talk about, regardless of cash or tournament, is just what's our opponent's range? What's our opponent's range? And would they play these hands in this manner? Would they play these hands in this manner? That's how we shrink the range. And then how do I want to attack that? And that's just a repeatable thought process that anyone can build into their game. And I promise you, the second you start doing that, not that poker becomes easy, because this is a very difficult game, it does become a little bit easier, and you will notice your win rate starting to dramatically improve when you start employing that thought process.
top pair, top kicker for JY.
Yeah, we've got another one of
check.
these top boards here where oftentimes we're going to want to start doing big betting. I would say, though, this might be the one exception simply due to the fact that he does hold the ace of diamonds, where we actually want to start employing a little bit smaller betting and start leaving players such as Manny, who likes to continue light, into the hand.
Betting a call from Rick. Rick looking for some help. Gets maybe a sliver of help. 9 comes on the turn.
Yeah, this is where, we can start to put the pressure on here. Rick's going to have a lot of hands exactly of what he has is shown here. Pair and gutter, pair and gutter, pair and gutter, queen jack, queen 10, 9-10, 9 jack. Sure, can he bink the 10 jack? But we don't want to play with monsters under the bed.
Yeah, I mean, Jack 10 of diamonds is your nightmare, but like you said, can't worry about monsters under the bed.
No, we want to play against the range here, and the bulk of the range is going to consist of pair plus combo draws, or pair plus gutters, or flush draws. Does he have the occasional trip 8s? Yes, but assuming we're going to hear from him rather quickly if he had trip 8s. And so if the brick rolls off here, I'd really like to see Joey just go for extreme value. So this is an excellent card for Joey.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Rick with the effective second nuts, essentially.
And holding less than 1 SPR here, I'd like to see Joey go for it all. He does.
He rips it and now knows he's not chopping with another queen, as Rick is not called yet.
And whenever you're playing on stream, Kyle, this little thought goes through the back of your head. Do I want to get bluffed on camera?
It 100% does.
I will openly admit, I don't care how good of a player you are, that thought does cross your mind.
It cost me last time I was on stream. I felt I was behind with queens, didn't want to fold queens and be wrong on stream.
Yep, it happens.
And hey, look, I guess the message to myself is, hey, my reads are still good.
Your reads are spot on, baby.
I would have let it go in any other scenario, but hey, it was okay to ship a few chips over to my buddy. Rick still mulling this one over. I want to touch on something you talked about in terms of thinking in ranges of your opponents that I think can also be important for players for the mental part of their game.
Man, that Southwest Rice Bowl looks good, doesn't it?
It is good.
Oh, my God. One of the best things on the menu here.
Absolutely hits the spot every time.
Oh, those jalapenos and peppers in there. Whew.
Okay. I'll do.
The pot inflated because it accounts for JY's entire stack, so Rick not getting that extraordinary of odds, but does correctly lay down.
Great fold, Rick.
Nice fold.
Unfortunately, Rick kind of put himself in this situation. You do know my theory, though, Kyle. I do like looking for hidden backdoors to continue with. Oftentimes, they're going to come in form of check raises. Not always. Sometimes it's going to be peeling. But I think Rick, if he's going to look back at this, would prefer to do it with some sort of backdoor flush draw to go with his hands. Not just a naked 9-10. You know, he didn't even have a diamond in his hand if he was able to turn that as well. So while he did put himself in this situation, still excellent job on finding the fold on the river. So let's at least give him credit there.
Yammer with some fresh ammo.
Reload, baby. Let's go. You said you wanted to touch on something?
Yeah, it's a very small point, but I think it is key and just another reason to think in the terms that you described of thinking of your opponent's potential holdings in terms of ranges. In often I'll do the wrong scenario where occasionally players will deviate drastically from what they're typically doing, and occasionally they're gonna give you a gotcha, right?
Sure, and that's okay. That's great to do.
And
Fantastic thing to employ here and there.
Yeah, also in your own game. But if it happens to you and you, based on the way it was played, you know that opponent should not have whatever hand that was 95% of the time. But they deviated. This was the 5%. If you're aware of that, it also can kind of help with the tilt or you'll see people self-play. I made a bad laydown,
Sure.
or I'm playing bad. When they're actually, you did what's correct, going to be correct in the future 95%
Agreed.
of the time. So you should just feel fine about how you did. You're still playing good poker and proceed with your session. And thinking in those terms, I think, really helps.
Agreed.
As we see a straight from Andrea, making some big hands
We've
versus
got a
pair.
monster hand here. I'll finish touching on that in just a second because I think there was something that Bones said last week that really ices the cake on this conversation. But as we can see here, Yammer and Andrea going for round 2 immediately right off the rip. And this
Good grief, Yammer just reloaded.
This was an interesting time to come in and rebuy and assume the button. You feel for Yammer here. You feel for him.
I mean, good grief. Flop 2 pair versus the stone nuts. Right after you unrack your chips.
Yeah, thinking he's immediately coming back for vengeance.
He has it when he bets.
And I hate to say it, but this is also a principle of understanding your pre-flop ranges, right? Of knowing which hands you should be employing, how to play them. And unfortunately, this is just a hand that needs to go into the muck post-flop. But you still feel for Yammer. He's ready to gamble. He's ready to get his money back and instantly just walks into it. I know the feeling, man. It happens to the best of us.
Definitely all done it. And Andrea, now the winner of the biggest pot, as well as the top of the leaderboard. Saw it on the previous screen, up 4,400 for the night. And starting to kind of run away with biggest profit thus far.
You were talking about the not going on tilt factor based upon what your opponent does. And the little bit I got to watch and listen to Bones last week, he had actually touched on this subject, if you remember. And he had said something along the lines of, I I don't go on tilt based upon what other people do. And that is such a great mindset to have, is you can't control the card, you can't control your opponent. Is the only time you should be upset with yourself is when you are making fundamental mistakes yourself. And that's just a mental game strength that I'm sure he's built up over the years. It's something that I'll be openly admit I used to struggle with. Over the last handful of years is something I've definitely really don't as much as the average person that much. But Bones just said it best, right? You know, to be good at this game, there is so many other factors that come into play is where you have to be sharp. And you can't worry about what your opponents do, man, and let that affect you mentally.
You're lucky we didn't specify 2 deuces coming out.
Yeah, always
I even said 3 deuces.
put simply, focus on the decision making, not the outcome. If you do that long enough and you put some thought process and study behind it, the results will
The
definitely
results
come.
will always follow.
Got a hand developing here. Top pair on the flop for Dante. Trips for Dave. Turn. Brings in the ace of clubs. Dante gonna bet here again. Dave just gonna flat.
Did this limp pre-flop? Is that what took place? Dave straddled and Dante limped and Dave checked, I'm assuming?
We were deep in the tilt conversation, so I overlooked the pre-flop action, but
Yeah, I would think Dante, if he goes back and thinks about this spot, if this is a limped pot as it looked like it was, all deuces in range, right? The second this is limped and the straddle checks. You know, no front door, back door draws really to be bluffing at. You know, I think Dante, I bet you right now going through his head is, oh my God, I think I could have just check folded this spot.
Dante back to even. Raj winning, Manny up 1,200, JY up 2K, Andrea the aforementioned 4,400 winning. Yammer having a rough go of it, but we're not even yet halfway through the stream. We'll be with you guys till 10 o'clock Central here from Austin, Texas. Kyle Frisbee and EGK with you tonight. Thanks all of you for hopping in the chat thus far.
Man, it does feel good to be home to Texas poker.
You know, anytime I leave Austin, there is always just a great exhale the moment I step out of Austin Bergstrom Airport and see those high mile per hour Texas roads.
Yeah.
Three ways to this flop. 3, 5, 6, couple of diamonds. Gut shot for Manny, and Rick has flopped the joint. Yet to be able to win one of the larger pots. This is one of his best opportunities. King on the turn. Gonna be tough for his action. Does not help either of his opponents whatsoever.
Check 5, check 2, bet C3, 280, 280.
Rick bets 280. 2 flush draws now on board. Manny will lay down the straight draw and yammer out of there. Rick going to win. Smallish pot. Zeno in chat saying Yammer going to make a comeback.
Double straddle is on, 529.
I'm gonna add 1,000.
Dante, can you scan your card again? And
1,000.
did you?
I haven't looked.
I
can
you
take it
have
off.
before they. If you didn't have
Dre
it,
will raise up Jack 10 offsuit. Gets a call from Yammer with
you
a
gotta raise to 40,
to be named
all two.
folding. That's going to be the Doyle Bronson 10 deuce. It's not atop my leaderboard of guesses. Collector with the same hand. He'll fold it, though.
How do you put somebody on 10 deuce?
Well, that's why it was low on the list, Eli. If somebody had a table said, "Hey, I'll put you on 10 deuce," I'd be like,
GG's, bro.
you know.
Good game. Good read, man. Good read.
And Raj, as he's done, he is a master of finding these squeeze spots. He's got 2 9s, plenty of dead money out there. Nobody showed a ton of strength just yet.
Absolutely love this size by Raj. His hand is so difficult to play out of position post-flop multi-way that this is just a spot where the oversize just really gets the job done, and sometimes will allow you to either take the pot or go heads up. So on the surface, this may just look a little bit big, but absolutely fantastic sizing, I think, by Raj here. It just shows how sharp this kid is, man. I think the average person just all of a sudden 150, 170, and then wonder how they wound up in a $1,000 5-way pot out of position.
Well, I called it out on last week's stream, and it's not an exaggeration whatsoever. Raj, he picked up, a few reasonable hands, ace queen, but didn't have any great spots.
Sure.
But with that, he was around even, maybe up a tad. And adding up all the squeezes, his squeezes had kept him even instead of being down $1,200 to $1,500.
That's the
very
point.
easily.
100%.
Yeah,
and a lot of times the difference of that is knowing the size to employ at these squeezes. I would be safe to assume that if you were to ask Raj after this stream, if he had been dealt 10s, jacks, ace queen offsuit,
I get my flop,
all of those hands right there, probably he would tell you would take the exact same sizing. And that's what makes someone like Raj so dangerous at the table, right? He understands what this bet he's employing and the size he's using and what it's going to accomplish or what it's going to do on future streets for him.
Not even a gutter.
Manny will bet and take down a small pot.
Well, shout out to Adric. Our dealer Addy here, if some of you on stream may know him, ran into him in the bathroom, and I'm glad to say that Adric is part of the 5% with us that washes their hands afterwards. So
shout out Adric.
Shout out Adric.
I thought you were going to say he binked a tournament. Adric, pretty good tournament
I'm just
player.
as happy to see him washing his hands.
Turns
though,
out he's just a sanitary guy.
Sanitary guy, part of the 5% crowd of us that washes our hands every time coming out of the bathroom. Kyle.
Also a skateboarder. While we're on Adric fun facts.
I'm tired of getting sick every month in these rooms, man.
Yeah. No, I certainly do judge the people if they skip the old wash area.
I think we should start a wall of shame. You got your tournament leaderboard walls, your Hall of Fame, your plaques and trophies. We should start a wall of shame for non-hand washers.
There should be like, now with AI, anything. We should have like one of those red light cameras for ticketing red light.
I like it.
But instead, it's a hand wash camera.
I love it.
And if you don't wash, your face flashes up on every TV in the room.
That's fantastic.
3-betting and all in, ace queen suited for Yammer, and Dante was getting just a bit out of line with the queen tray offsuit, but he's going to be priced in and will call.
Yeah.
And somehow finds himself
Ain't got anything.
in only a 2-to-1 dog here with the queen 3-0.
And the way Yammer's been running, a 3 feels likely, but does not come.
I think a 10 would have been even more sickening than a 3 to Yammer here.
A 10 would have been, that would have been a gross one.
The 3 he just leaves. The 10 peels off, he pukes, and then this may turn into an eruptor of a session.
I saw a pretty amazing one in the aforementioned Monday tournament. The $30 rebuy 10K guarantee tournament. Ton of fun on Mondays.
You're the 10.
Player flops top or middle set
make 225.
versus 2 overs. They get it all in on the flop.
$225.
No relevant draw for the 2 overs. And turn-in river straight chop.
I know the pain.
Was essentially drawing
I
dead.
know the pain.
And I'll leave y'all in Eli's capable hands here for a moment. Quick water break.
All right, y'all. Just me for a few minutes here. Mr. All-Star Kyle's going to step out of the booth and take a second to get some water and probably go wash his hands as well. Raj picking up another squeezer here. Could really see him 3-bet or flat this hand versus Manny. I do like the fact that he is going to take this heads up versus Manny here. Really interesting pot that could develop between these two hands. Manny is not a fan of folding ace highs, pre-flop or post-flop. For all of you out in the chat here, shout it out, man. Who you guys rooting for? I'm not a play-by-play analyst. I'm the color guy. So help me out. Give me a little material to work with here. You know, who are we rooting for? I saw some Yammer fans in the chat. Obviously, Raj. He's got some friends. Aiden's following along. Completely agree with everything Aiden's put in this chat, both in retrospect to Raj and his comments on Bones. Definitely a little surprising to see Manny folding an ace here.
Yeah, ace comes. I'm really not happy.
Anybody else? Anybody out here rooting for Joey? Anybody? Any Manny fans in the chat? Anybody with information on Andrea or familiar with Andrea and Collector? Fill me in, man.
He's static.
Yeah, both of you are like all slow playing. Oh man, did you hit that?
Yeah. I already gave him 500 earlier with.
Man, Edgar, I'm always rooting for Manny Fresh. Always, always. Games are good when Manny's having a good time.
325, and then it was 200 on the flop. How's that? Sorry. Raise 50 total.
C5, call 6, fold 7, fold 8, fold 9.
Yeah, Manny opening the 9-8 suited here. Dante coming along. Would honestly, between all of us, would love to see Dante fold this hand most times or 3-bet it if that's the case. Really hard to start taking offsuit variety hands out of position in multi-way pots. But this is going to get a little action here for us. You know, Dante flopping the gutter and the backdoor spades. Manny flopping front door spades. Hopefully we can get some pain.
275.
And look at Manny here, just instantly employing an overbet, which is going to shut Dante out of the hand.
3. Uncontested front line winner, button's right seat. Good. You know who's coming in after me? Is it Mike?
No, let's just keep you here.
I just
No,
seen,
get the
I
hell
seen
out of
Mike
here.
walk around, so I figured it might be him.
Anyone else out there? I saw a few people in the chat for Manny here. Anyone else? Anyone following some of the non-rakes on the stream? Let us know. Let us know your thoughts. Let us know your following. Anyone out there have WSOP stories? Obviously, the World Series is close to an end for most of us, outside of the few still running in the main. Share it. Let's hear it. Kyle, you did miss something that was the first I've ever witnessed with Manny.
I'm going to withhold my guesses.
He folded ace high to a single 3-bet pre-flop.
Okay. We got away from it.
Opens the ace 10. Raj 3-bets the 9s, and he mucks the ace 10. Very, very surprised.
Yeah, Raj, not the type of player you want to be playing out of position versus in
Agreed.
majority of spots if you can avoid it. And
Now, I also personally have to be a little extra cautious when it comes to Raj. I do think that he's often given me some credit and overfolded a few spots to me. However, he is probably the only one in this room who has witnessed a five bet bluff range out of me. And he has mentioned it a few times in the past. And so I always have to be a little extra cautious around Raj specifically, just for the simple fact that there's someday in the near future he's going to be finding a big spot versus me very lightly correctly. And it definitely hampers some of my maneuverability with the fact that there's not many people that have shown up with 5-bet bluffs very often.
Well, I was going to say that's a bit of a badge of honor in and of itself.
It is,
sure.
but unfortunately that we play together so often now in a very small player pool that it's going to come back to bite me in the ass one of these times with him.
Manny out-flopping Andrea, and Andrea is basically zigged and zagged when he's supposed to tonight. Will lay down the ace-queen after being out-flopped with the superior ace.
Way to go, Manny. Let's see him keep wrapping up chips here, man. Games are good when Manny's winning and having fun.
See the server bring in a Red Bull over to Dave. We do have a full bar and restaurant here at TCH Social. We talked about how good the Southwest Rice Bowl is. Of course, everyone's favorite, the Cajun salmon, and breakfast is excellent. I could go on and on about the menu, but
Yeah,
basically you can't go wrong. If it sounds good on the menu, then it's probably going to be good when you order it.
Yeah, Taylor. She was another excellent addition to this team here. Taylor's a rock star on the service side. She came from our neighboring The Lodge a while ago, and I remember she had come in this room for the first time about 4 or 5 months ago, and she was there with a friend who was playing in a private game with us on stream. And we were just chatting. It was her first time in TCH Social here, and she was, awing and oohing and eyeing over the beautiful room. And I had simply asked her, would you ever leave the lodge and come over here? No, I think I'm good. I mean, I love all you guys, but I'm really happy with my job. I don't think it was 7 days later after her first trip into this room where she understandably, made the switch, and we've been lucky to have her ever since.
Nut flush draw for JY versus a open-ender for Manny. Manny does not like folding his higher equity draws, and Dante actually ahead with 2 4s and a gut shot.
Wouldn't a 4 be a great card here for this field?
Instead, it's the stones for JY, and that probably going to slow things down from Manny and Dante's perspective, and they do check quickly over to JY. JY, I've played with him a fair amount. I think he would lean toward trying to build a pot here, but we can see the cards, and we know checking back would be the better avenue. Not to say that's the right play, but just in this particular scenario.
The fact that he did have the 8 in his hand did present the option to put in a semi-bluff on the flop as well and try to get this pot built a little bit quicker. Obviously, you don't always just want to bet your nut flush draws. That's not something you should live and die by. But just simple interaction with the board of having an 8 and being able to turn other equity besides a heart here, this would be a spot, at least on the flop, where I would highly consider at least putting in some sort of semi-bluff and starting to try to build this pot.
Yeah, we all know the 1-2 players that if you walk past the table and they have a pile of chips, that means the draws were hitting that day, because a flop nut flush draw means we're putting all the chips in as quickly as possible.
Touche. Oh, God bless those games, Kyle.
Yeah, and, it's easier to find the higher stakes you go, I might argue, but in 1-2, players just not going to be folding in enough hands a lot of the time to make those semi-bluffs as profitable as you might like.
Yes, agreed.
But you can find the spot. But going back to putting your opponent on hand ranges, if your opponent has a hand they're never going to fold, you're putting the money in behind. So
Yeah, those situations, you are correct. You have to be very cognizant of those situations, especially the lower and lower that you play.
if there's a fair chance your opponent folds, that's some percent of equity that you're going to gain by making the raise, and of course you can get there as well, which makes it a much better play. But if your opponent's always calling,
Do we have a triple straddle on this hand?
I believe we do, yeah, just a call from Yammer, so it looks like we're straddled all the way up to 40.
Yammer, man, I feel for you. I want to be able to sing your praises and understand those couple of coolers you took. But, Bud, we can't be open limping the 9-7-0 here. That this is how we put ourselves in these spots. And not to harp on him, man. Yammer's an awesome guy. I've talked to him in the tournament streets before. He's a fun guy to have at the table. Really good, just overall human being and personality in the poker scene. But these are spots that, you know, can turn small losses into really big craters in our bankroll by employing or playing hands in this manner.
And somehow nobody with a piece really.
Oh, it would have worked, Rick.
We're 6 ways on the turn, and
Who's
nobody
gonna blink?
has a pair.
Who's
and
going to
ace
blink?
high is going to be good. We've got 6 players with whole cards, nobody with a pair, except for the one.
I don't know if I've seen this before, 6 ways at the river with no pair.
I don't know what the odds are, but it can't be high.
Showdown. I see king high.
Manny, baby.
Manny.
Let's go, Manny.
Ace tray off is the nuts. 242 and a steak dinner over to Manny.
Let's go. Check that ace high down 6 ways and drag the pot, baby.
Couple of chips over to Dan in the box. Dan always doing a great job.
I'm just looking at Raj here and just wondering what's going through his head right now. Is it A, how lucky am I to be sitting in this game? Or is it B, why am I not just squeezing every other hand when looking at these fucking cards at Showdown? Excuse my language.
Yeah, I'm sure Squeeze, I don't recall exactly what Raj had, but Squeeze likely would have crossed his mind there.
Raise to 50. 9.
Raised to 50 by JY with the ace 10. Under the gun.
Do we have an issue with the action tracker? Just are we not picking up straddles tonight?
We are more.
I'm assuming there was a straddle on as well. Here
Yeah,
if he's
we
opening
have
to-
the auto 10 entered, but any straddles are going to show up as UTG 1 beyond the 10.
Got it. Okay.
5.
Top pair, top kicker for JY.
Man, and this is the 3rd or 4th time in the last hour he's found top here.
Yeah, and here's where Manny can be tricky. He does these leads when he flops a pair, as he does here with the ace 4 of clubs. JY just going to call.
This should be a fun turn.
Yeah, 5 of clubs on the turn. And talking about ranges, Manny's in the small blind. He's leading into you. This is not a comfortable spot for just a pair of 10s, although we know he is well ahead. Just going to flat. River is another 5. Pretty favorable card for
And
JY.
this is where I would like to see Joey go into the tank, figure this out, and try to find some thin value. I understand how uncomfortable it can be against Manny, but if you have any experience playing with Manny at all, this is often going to include exact hands like he's showing. Ace 4, Ace 3, 3-6, 4-6, King 10, Jack 10, Queen 10, pocket 9s even. And when we start thinking about the range overall, there's just 90% of the hands that we beat, 10% that we lose by. And this is where you can really, really start to make more money in poker, is finding these thin raises on later streets, finding these thin value bets. Folding has to be off the table here. Calling's okay, right, if you really think it's the nuts or a bluff, but I think the more and more you play with players such as Manny, I'd really like to see Joey figure this one out and put in a small click.
Yeah, I think he's foregone the raise option with his facial expression and body language.
I would agree.
I give it only about a 5% chance that he folds, but I've been well known to make incorrect predictions.
Well,
on
I
this
hope he
stream.
doesn't, because I know Joey's an up-and-coming player. I know he's trying to improve his game here.
Yeah, he does call.
I really like to see him run this one back and just see if we can find some small value on the river. I do like the fact that he played it in this manner. I think there is a case to be made for clicking back flop. But when you're up against a player like Manny, who is going to triple barrel worse for value, I guess, right? If that's what he's doing. Yeah, the shrug maybe. I think when we get to river and start doing range analysis, that we can really look at the fact that we do beat 90% of the hands that get here from Manny in this manner. And this is just a spot where we can get an extra $500, $700, $800. We know Manny's not folding two pair for a small raise in the river.
And if I'm JY, I love that river 5 because now you're beating all the random 2 pairs that Manny could have had on the flop.
Agreed.
So to me, that's plenty reason to most certainly make the call. And
are we going to lose to the occasional 5? Sure. Are we going to value own ourselves against an occasional 5 randomly? Sure. But I'd be safe to assume if you ran that spot 100 times exactly against Manny, that we're just leaving a lot of money on the table by not getting a little bit more or asking for a little bit more on the river.
Manny going to 3-bet the king 10 off on the button. Goes 175. Likely to be called by both of his opponents in Yammer and Rick. Rick kind of in that zone. He's not getting tremendous odds to try to flop a set, but right about what you need.
Yeah, and Rick's so shallow that if he does spike his hand, man, he is going to get paid here.
Ace 7-5, nobody loving this board.
And somehow Rick in a comfortable lead and no way to realize it.
Yeah, and pretty comfortable looking c-bet from Manny. It is Manny, but he certainly can have aces here.
Yeah, he's going to just pick up another pot here. I beg to differ.
Yeah, Rick basically left with a suicide jam option there and does not take it.
And it's unfortunate for Rick's stack size, right? Because, you know, small pocket pairs are very, very difficult to play. They're very overvalued at the low stakes, Kyle. But when you do go into the weeds of and working in theory land, when you are playing small pocket pairs post flop, oftentimes your hand always wants to continue if you have one to that suit. If you are in situations heads up with smaller pairs. And so because of that, though, he needs a larger stack depth to be able to continue, which almost makes this, why are we playing the hand in the first place? On ace 5-7, 2 hearts, I bet if you were to plug this in to most chip EV solves, this is going to be a standard check call spot with deuces, with the deuce of hearts. It's also could be in some situations even a check raise bluff spot. It's just typically you can't go set mining and folding all the time. As you touched on earlier, that's a good way to be losing a lot of money over the long run.
Multi-way flop here, 5 ways, 9-5-4, couple of spades, nobody with any spade actually. And Queen 5, middle pair is going to be the best hand, but Dave folding to a bet from Rick and a call from Manny with his pair of 4s. Flush draw now for Rick, picks up a fair amount of equity.
Oh, that's a dream card for Queen 3 of Hearts, isn't it?
Yeah, now the combo draw, gut shot, looking for a deuce or a heart. Another uncomfortable size bet given the stack sizes. Rick just going to call, realizing he does not have fold equity, and is going to river
Bink.
the straight. Finally, some redemption for Rick.
Did he check it? No. I am sorry. But if we are going to get there, Kyle, we've got to put some chips in the pot.
Yeah, I can understand he's thinking Manny's going to bet a really high percentage of the time, but given I didn't quite catch what the SBR was there on the river, but Rick would, I think, only about 450 behind.
Shout out to our friend Uncle T here in the background. Good to see Tom hanging around. Always good to see the familiar face when he walks in.
Yeah, that aforementioned wild 1-2 game that included Dante also included Mr. Uncle T there in the blue sweatshirt.
Hey, no coaching during stream. No coaching, guys.
Uncle T dropping wisdom. And now a couple of kings for Rick. Just won a pot, trying to get some momentum here. He will raise it up under the gun.
Yeah, Edgar, you're not saying anything nobody doesn't already understand. You are spot on, Edgar. But I give you a little secret from playing with Manny. He doesn't care. But you are right. Someone eventually will be looking to look him up. That's if the players are adopting. Obviously, Raj is already extremely familiar with them, so Raj will be looking to take those spots regardless. Unfamiliar if these other players, though, outside of Raj and Dante, have experience with Manny. I know some of them probably have seen him on stream. However, getting individuals who are playing in larger games for themselves, it's very difficult to get individuals to adjust in game. People are not comfortable. That's not normal human psyche, right? Is people often operate inside comfort zones. And so, but you are definitely correct, Edgar. Someone should be adjusting and going to look him up relatively soon. Manny still doesn't care, though. Manny's going to Manny, baby. That's why we love him.
Well, dream spot here for Rick. He gets 3-bet immediately by King Jack, Yammer flats, and then pretty easy all in for Rick. Collector folds, and then Yammer getting crazy pot odds with the 5-4 of hearts.
Giddy up. Texas poker, baby.
So we got the big hand buster versus the big hand. We're going to run it twice.
I'm rooting for Yammer to find one here, man.
Not going to be so fortunate on
Burned
the first
out.
board. Looking for some hearts or some straightening
3 of
cards.
hearts. 3 of hearts, baby.
There's a 5.
Gonna need another. Nope.
Does not come, and Rick gonna chip up to 1437, and Yammer felted.
You know, Kyle, I lost that spot in that aforementioned 10K tournament. Almost the exact spot, except it was Jacks versus 430. That was the first time I ever lost a 20 big blind all in with Jacks versus 430 pre-flop. That was fun.
I was like,
God bless Texas poker.
raise with it if you're gonna.
No, it's not pain. It's literally just we are very blessed to be in this poker community. There's never pain about losing spots like that, and the quicker most people out there can recognize that and be okay with
Rick,
it,
that was a nice call.
you'll start to very much appreciate how spoiled we are around here. We are just very, very spoiled to be playing in a community where it's not uncommon to hear stories like that.
Yeah, I had a conversation right before making my way over to TCH this afternoon, evening, that I've had so many times, which is I tell somebody, that I play poker, and I'm not going to call it professionally, but seriously.
Seriously,
And,
it's an income stream for yourself.
And that one of their first questions, invariably, I'm sure you've gotten this, Eli, is, so do you go to Vegas a lot?
Yes.
And I had to explain to their bewilderment that playing in Texas is actually a better financial option than going
Agreed.
to Vegas.
I explain this quite often, and the way I usually like to explain it to them is Texas is the Las Vegas of the poker industry.
That's a perfect,
And that usually connects the dots for him.
Yeah, whatever you think would be the case with Vegas, it's just flip-flopped.
Exactly. And that's why we're all here.
That's the easiest. Thank you,
very
Eli.
easy.
Now I have a much easier way of explaining this.
It's funny on that topic. Whenever I'm out at gatherings, whether it's with the kids and their functions, if I'm at a holiday party, if we're with other friends or meeting people in social settings, I actually hate to answer that question.
So I finally have an opportunity to give a shout out to Mr. Manny Fresh.
Do it.
He's aware that 9-7 is my favorite trash hand. I'm going to give him credit for playing it in my honor, and he has made a straight here.
Let's do it in Kyle's honor.
I said we don't root, but we're going to root for Manny Fresh playing the 9-7, making a straight. We'll see if he can get.
All right, what do we have to follow? We got
some
a
more
bunch
money
of
in this
pairs and
pot.
gutters, right? So we have people all drawn to a few gut shots here, but I mean, without something wild taking place, Manny's going to take this pot in your honor here.
Let's watch his freshness at work. See if Collector can get away here. Does have
Kyle.
pair and a gut shot.
And completely understand Collector's call here, right? You're up against a player like Manny. You very well could have the best hand in some situations, so can't fault him whatsoever for calling this turn.
River, the biggest brick of all. Collector's going to shut down and see what value size Manny goes with.
Yeah, Manny's in a unique situation as a player for the simple fact that he can often go bigger than most people just due to his image. Yeah, interesting bet size here. I think Manny is trying to lock himself into a call here. I think he's actually probably doing a really good job of identifying Collector's range and realizing his hand is not that strong, but sort of in the bluff catching area. So I really think Manny's doing this is just well played by Manny here on the river.
Yeah, and at the very least, he picked a size that's making the wheels turn for Collector.
Bingo.
So we know it definitely wasn't way too big.
Bingo.
Collector trying to piece this one together, which can be often difficult against a player like Manny.
Yeah, I was going to say with someone such as yourself or mine in this spot, I think I'm often against an unknown player. I'm going to take a little bit less of a greedy size, where Manny's case, he can really size up more than some of us here. I think this is a spot where I'm going to typically, theory says you don't want to bet less than half pot when checked too, but I think this is a spot where I would have to default and go a little bit smaller at like 40%, 50 against some players. But just excellent job on Manny's part here to get that river value. Excellent size on Manny's part. Manny's thinking that wasn't a long enough tank. I wonder if I could have got 800. Well played, Manny. Well played. Not that we would show up with this hand in this manner, but just once we've arrived, well played on Manny's part.
And that kind of goes back to the barbecue analogy. He put some Carolina mustard barbecue sauce on that one, not the Texas tomato base.
I have never been to the Carolinas, and man, I want to go. That barbecue I hear is off the charts.
You always gotta know what your outs are.
If there wasn't already so many traveling barbecue vlogs on the internet, YouTube, that would be a great way to make a living if you could.
I don't know, man. I saw some pictures on social media from you of your 4th of July party and pool party, man. I'm starting to think I got to hang out at your house more often.
Yeah, I don't know if you picked up on. Oh, well, we're going to talk about aces and Dante. The first sighting of the bullets.
Versus the kings, mind you.
Oh, wow, and JY with the kings, the ultimate cooler transpiring.
I'm sorry, you guys, but I've wanted to see some pain since I jumped on air here with y'all. We might finally have it.
Two of the deeper players at the table. And Dante. Oh, wow, and
there we go.
3-bet comes in from Manny. Problem for Dante is he limped the aces, and Going back to what Dave did early with eights, the limp re-raise usually pretty narrow to the range Dante.
At this level,
Has.
yes. At this level, yes. That is a topic that I came away from WSOP saying, oh my God, there is such some elite play taking place with strategies such as this that are not aces. And something that I personally am going to have to spend some time really, really exploring over the next handful of months. You feel for Joey here, his head's spinning.
Yeah, I mean, you can see all over his face. He's got kings, and he's more than perplexed, highly concerned with the second nuts pre-flop.
Can he just figure it out? How sick would that be?
If he can get away from kings, it would be the first time on a cash live stream I've seen kings folded pre-flop.
You didn't see the
that's a
infamous
lot of
Kristen
hours.
Fox in hand a few months ago?
Our stream.
Our stream.
Yeah. I did see the.
And that was
Kristen
highly
Fox in
debatable too, right? While in game she was incorrect, there was a lot of people who came to her defense, including ICM considerations, where the ranges she's just normally up against, where that fold of hers could still be kudoed and congratulated.
And Dante would agree with this. This is a disaster if JY gets away here.
Yeah,
The limp re-raise, this would be the ultimate downside you could encounter when you have the
if Dante plays his
ultimate
hand
cooler.
in any other manner, he is getting everything for sure. You see Joey already just the pain. You can feel it. He knows it. He knows it already.
And I wish we had a way to take a instant poll question at the table, but I'm going to guess every other player knows he has kings.
At this point, yes. Yeah,
He's just about to give him back to Dan. And like you said earlier, the bright lights out there, you don't want to be folding kings incorrectly on the stream or ever.
And you know that's going through his head, right? I'm either about to make the worst blunder or the sickest play of my life.
Dante looking
Dante,
very
be
comfortable.
quiet.
Yeah.
I love you, Dante. Be quiet right now. This is interesting.
Clock called.
Not often you see the clock called on a live stream table.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say, given the spot, it's an egregious amount of time just yet, but it.
No, I
he'll
would
still
agree.
have another
I would
minute
agree.
and a half or so.
If another player called the clock, I think this is out of line. If it was Dante who called the clock, I would understand it as far as trying to force your opponent.
Let's the Kings go.
Wow.
What a fold by JY. Gets away from Kings. First time we've ever seen it.
I am going to be the first person to go up and high-five him after this stream, man.
Saved himself around $2,500.
And I think this just goes back to if Dante had played this hand in any other manner. He's stacking.
You are.
Yeah, I mean, even if he just flats Manny's raise,
Oh, that would be even sicker, wouldn't it?
yeah, it was an option, that
Dante,
crossed my
do
mind.
not show it. Don't show it. Oh.
An instant relief
I know.
for
I wanted to go
JY.
heads up. I thought he was really strong.
I was strong.
What are we watching right now?
And JY, around the happiest you could be losing a pot with Kings at a poker table.
Wow. We lose $100 kings to aces.
Yeah,
I'm
didn't even
speechless.
find himself having to call the
was just
raise
trying to
by
heads up. I
Manny.
thought that
So,
was a reasonable
yeah,
raise.
just $100 essentially.
I'm watching Raj still, and I'm watching Raj here, and I would love to be inside of his head right now. I am safe to assume Raj is in his head here, just thinking, how am I not up 10K in this lineup right now? Speaking of which, I'd like to see Raj getting a little more active, right? Raj has such.
Explain to everyone. I'm good.
Raj, how do I put this? Raj has such an advanced understanding of this game compared to the rest of the lineup. He has such an edge in this game, not just pre-flop, but post-flop specifically.
Wow, man.
I understand he sticks very close to theory in his game, but I think Raj, the more and more we see him at the higher levels, I think he would benefit greatly from opening up a little bit in lineups like this.
Yeah, and we see him here. He's up, I guess we'll call it small medium for this game size. Last week he kind of eked out, I believe, a small win, but really was spot dead as Uncle T joins the table in the 2 seat. Michael now in the box relieving Dan, but yeah, I think if we ever see him run a little bit above expectation in terms of his holdings, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch Raj at work.
Well, that's kind of my point, right? Is that, yeah, Raj is taking these correct spots. Raj is very fundamentally sound, right? I don't think there's any denying, fundamentally speaking, Raj is the most talented player at this lineup. And this is no disrespect to anybody else. Raj just puts it over, right? Fundamentally, he and theoretically, Raj is just light years ahead of this lineup. However, with that being said, I think there is a huge win rate to be gained or increased when willing to widen off some of these fundamentals based upon the lineups you're playing in. And I think Raj is smart enough to understand that, so I definitely would like to see him, not just this stream, but in general, the more and more of these games he plays, when he's not having to deal with the bones on his left, when he's not having to deal with the T1000 in the field, is really taking advantage of the fact that he is by far the most talented player at the table.
Back on to our third bomb pot, and let's look at the equities here. Rick with considerable equity. He's got, trying to piece together this hand. Oh, set of sixes on the bottom have been turned for Rick. He bets 130.
Edgar with the shout out, I told you. What were we speaking of, Edgar? I know we had talked about Manny, but was that in regards to the aces versus kings hand, or I'm curious.
Yeah, and just to quickly address 23 beat NGU's comment, made a good fold, but now every player watching knows he's bad for the game. I completely disagree with it. He found it was a very unique scenario that basically made Dante's aces face up, and he was disciplined enough to get away.
I would agree, Kyle. I would agree with you, is what I'm saying. I don't think he's bad for the game, but I do think there is a little truth what you're saying. I just don't agree with the statement itself, beat NGU. I don't think he's bad for the game by any means. I do think maybe what you're implying, though, has some truth to it in the fact that maybe some individuals will attempt to get more aggressive versus him after seeing that. I think there's some truth behind that, if that's what you're meaning. But to Kyle's point here, it's a very, very unique situation where Dante basically did turn his hand face up. And shout out to Joey, or as you guys know him, JY. Shout out to him for finding just an insanely disciplined fold.
Yeah, and having played with JY a fair amount, he is not a nit at the table. He's
they're all in my hand.
probably one of the more frequent three-betters that you will find, and a very strong player.
I saw the aces and I saw 2 tens.
Yeah, not common to see 2 players walking from a stream game at once. We got Dave back here.
You have the ace? Well, no, I guess the straight flush wouldn't happen. Oh, yeah, I could.
I straddled last.
Are you playing this or skipping?
No, I'm away for the bet.
Okay,
Weren't you a double straddle last time?
is it dead, I guess?
Quick reminder, this is a lot of fun on Wednesdays. This wrapped up about 20 minutes ago. High hands.
Oh, yeah, it's because Uncle T's.
Got to make a qualifying full house or better. If it remains the high hand for that 30 minutes, $250 cash will be walked over to your table by...
Pleasant?
Heck yeah.
This is a good table.
one of the front desk gals.
Do we have
I
promos
don't
yet
really
for the
like it.
upcoming
Like,
summer
nobody here
series?
I don't like. That's kind of
Do not have the graphics for that just yet, but as a tournament player, do you have the Cliff Notes version?
Shout out. Satellites are running now for all you satellite players out there. Satellites are running today through next Tuesday. And I believe next Wednesday, that is July 15th, if I have my dates correct. Wednesday, July 15th, starting next week. We are kicking off our summer series, tournament series. I believe we are opening that up with a one-day 50K guarantee.
Let me be the first.
And
you
as
say-
we
yeah,
know
can
here
you
in
say medium
Texas,
boy,
a
too?
50K guarantee probably means at minimum a 75K guarantee prize pool. Yeah, guys, come out and join
well,
us.
we've been
Summer
in
series
Super
is
Bowl
always a
1
fun
years.
time. Josh puts on a
I always tell
fantastic
Cowboy fans, wouldn't it be nice
fantastic
to have
small
the
stake
Eagles
summer
success
series
right
for
now? What would you
tournament
rather have?
players. The buy-ins are not too big. The buy-ins are very affordable.
and
A lot
then
of $200,
Legacy
$300,
with
and
who?
$400
Dak with
events.
2 playoff wins.
The main event, I
10
believe,
years.
is only
I know all the
$600
stats.
You have a
bucks.
quarterback that's
So
like
to get your
5
shot
All I
at
know is my
a
quarterback is Super Bowl
multi-six-figure
MVP,
prize
so-
pool for
Quarterback just likes.
Yeah, so
If-
it's
if-
600
so
bucks,
it's
man,
Trinidad
the
Straight.
value's there. And,
So
and like I
it's
said,
his favorite
satellites
play.
are running every single
take
night,
the success.
I think
starting
he's every bit
last
as
night,
good as
I believe.
Trinidad.
Manny flopping top and bottom. Open ender that
Well, I said
becomes
you-
top pair for Dave is going to pay off the river bet, and Manny
You just swap it.
continuing to get paid with his
and then your
value
opponent
hands,
turns
as
it when you- okay.
typically is the case. He'll
Hey,
scoop
that's
1345.
I take the
No,
fuck.
no. Everything's your fault, not his.
When you're hot, you're hot.
Trey, it's been a little quiet of late, actually away from the table at the moment.
No, it
but
was suited.
That might be why.
up 4K, JY preserving that profit with the fold of the Kings pre-flop,
That's
up
actually-
3,300,
Offsuit's
Manny
actually
up
better.
21,
Flushes.
Raj also winning.
Kyle, you get that nice
Yeah, a
other
hand
one
like
for
that
you.
with the aces of kings, regardless correct or incorrect, that's one that gets the blood pumping. You know, when you're in that situation, and you know, understandably, if Joey just needs to walk away for a second and just collect his thoughts, that's a spot he's never going to forget. I promise. 10 years from now, he's going to be telling stories about how he folded kings correctly pre-flop on a live stream.
Well, and I don't think he's waiting 10 years. I think he might be making a phone call to his best poker buddies.
Touche.
You won't believe what.
Touche.
Rewind the TCH live stream a few minutes.
Touche. Check
Just
this
folded
out
kings.
upcoming in 23 minutes from now.
I am a poker prodigy. I just
I haven't
folded
looked
kings
yet, so-
correctly.
I don't. Yeah.
Raised to
I will
40 by
look. I
Rick,
checked as
called
well.
in 3 spots, 4 ways to a monotone 9 high board. King of diamonds working for Raj. Ace of diamonds working for Dante.
I was playing in a private game about 6 months ago, Kyle, where I actually folded kings pre-flop incorrectly. It's very rare that I'm ever even going to consider folding kings pre-flop. Typically speaking, you just want to go ahead and put it in. There were some other factors at play, unfortunately, though. We were in a very restricted capped game. The cap was restricted at 2,000. Me and this individual were both playing about 4x the cap and had put a lot of work into that. And the fact that his 4-bet over a $200 and something 3-bet was for $8,000 in a $2,000 capped game, while everyone else is playing at a much lower denomination. And I basically came to the conclusion after a very long tank that it's either aces or kings. If I'm chopping here, so be it. But if I'm losing this spot,
I had the ace
that
of diamonds. What are you talking about?
having to start all the way over in a capped game was not worth it. If there was no cap or the cap was close to what I was playing, there wouldn't even be a thought about it.
I had a blocker.
Unfortunately, I was completely incorrect, and he proudly tabled queens afterwards. And I left a $16,000 pot on the table, unfortunately. But the cap was more of the deciding factor in that hand, the fact that we're in such a restricted buy-in game. But it still did not feel good seeing him proudly table queens afterwards.
Yeah, I folded kings pre-flop, and Uncle T, the newest member of the table, just going to
God.
start off with rockets.
And remember all that results-oriented stuff we talked about? Yammer's going to be at home turning this on and say, what the hell? First hand in my seat?
Right. Yeah. And Collector picking the wrong time to 3-bet makes it 300, and Uncle T got to be licking his chops over in the 2-seat.
That was my.
I had to let it register, bro, to be honest with you.
There you go.
6 votes, thanks, man. 7 calls, 8 calls. Thank you very much.
Collector picking a reasonable squeeze spot. He's got to open a call. He's got the button with the suited ace. Not out of line.
Yeah, not necessarily, but when you start looking at hands like this, a lot of these hands are okay flatting in these situations when you have the button, for the simple fact that the suited ace is okay multi-way, and you definitely don't want to get blown off the opportunities, such as right now, to go ahead and make your nut flush. Ace 8 specifically, ace 7 is a very difficult hand to play with no straight connectivity to it. So I understand the logic of wanting to 3-bet it, but if we are playing on stream game and going to be opening ranges here, I would say that flatting the button would be completely okay. And you know me, I don't like flatting multi-way in a lot of spots, but this does present one of the opportunities to go ahead and just realize your position on the button and try to realize some equity post-flop.
Yeah, Uncle T, as it folded back around to him, pretty comfortably grabbed 875, put it into the middle.
Played the World Series of Poker before?
And Collector most certainly knows he is likely behind and
Yeah,
will
and
let
good
it go.
fold. Good fold on Collector's part. Can't fault him for trying to take the aggressive route. But like I said, you know, it would be really nice to see him just go ahead and overlimp this button. Man, Uncle T and Dante, they just all want to show off their aces here. Guys, let's make him go back and watch this tonight, you know, and realize it then. In game, we want to make money. Show him one ace. What you do, here's the way you do it, Kyle, is you show him one ace and say, it's pocket aces, guys. I promise you no one believes it at that point.
I like that. Yeah.
You show one ace only and swear to him up and down those aces.
I love it. Yeah,
How many believe? Would you believe?
I would believe that far less than 50% of the time.
Agreed. If you're in game and a player does that, and a player squeezes rather large, and then swears to you he has aces and only shows one, I almost guarantee 90% of the table is not going to believe it.
I hate admitting it, but that would work so well on me.
Me too.
If I wanted them to have aces, like it was better for how I played my spot, I would be completely convinced that they had aces.
Metagame, baby. Metagame.
Well, consider that one added to the toolkit. I'm going to do that as soon as I can.
I haven't played it.
Raised to 60 by Manny. 10-6 of spades on the button. How's that going for him?
I mean, 10-6 is a neighbor to 9-7, right?
True.
Yeah.
9-7. Paid well last time. Made about $1,000 with that hand.
They say that in the comments.
This isn't real
Are
money.
they playing for real money?
No. This is not real money.
No, that's why I tip so
King 4-5 rainbow and pair of fours. Good for Dante with the
Yeah.
monster deuce kicker.
well. It does have a value within.
Rick's going to bet it with 9 high and call from Dante. Not going to fold a pair to a small wager.
I haven't played with Rick all night.
And can Dante figure out he's got a 4-1 lead on this hand?
Wow,
Well, he does now.
Well, still too good.
Dream turn, trips now for Dante, and he's going to try to let Rick keep firing, and Rick obliges. Insta-min click, I believe. A bit more than a min click. And that's going to be enough to dissuade Rick from continuing.
Yeah.
Watch out for the blinds, right? It's more like that.
All right, Raj, I'm singing your praises all stream long here, man. Let's start opening this up. I'm rooting for you.
Raj could hear you. He'd be like, well, when's my turn with aces or kings? Everybody else.
Yeah, some of us aren't blessed to be dealt the top of the deck like that, you know? Sometimes we just got to get in the streets, man.
Play some street poker.
Let's do it.
Have a-
This is Texas.
Right? Yeah.
Oh, really?
As soon as I said it stopped.
Be with you guys until the 10 o'clock Central Hour. About another hour and a half or so.
3 makes it 40.
Kyle Frisbee with you tonight, along with EGK here from Austin, Texas. Thanks everybody who's hopped in the chat. Try not to barrage you guys with like requests, but if you hit the like button, we would certainly appreciate it. If you're not already subscribed to the channel, please do that as well, as we have a 3-bet from Collector with another suited ace. Dante makes the call with ace-jack. Rick in there with the suited ace of his own.
And I know we're talking about Raj here trying to find some spots, but I would actually agree with him folding 8s here out of the small blind. It is a 3-bet pot. Hands such as 7s and 8s, even 9s, don't typically want to put in cold 4s. You're really asking to get yourself in a lot of trouble. So kind of feel for Raj, actually, where his hand, just by one position on the button, could have been played completely different. And I know I'm rooting for him to open up, but at the same time, just a spot that he has to fold. And understandably, he recognizes it. It just goes to show, I mean, this kid is just talented, Kyle.
I didn't run into it.
Really like, though, with some of these late position holdings, button cutoff and hijack, to see him start opening it up. I should have been a little more clear
I had a week 3.
about that, but obviously the fold with 8s out of the small blind, just extremely disciplined for someone who's not finding a lot of spots, and just kudos to him for still being able to find that fold correctly.
Oh, sorry.
2 folds, 3 folds. 5 makes it fold. 6 makes it 40.
Dante going to raise the cutoff with queen 5.
40 is 5.
Raj going to mix it up this time with queen 4 of hearts. Andrea, queen jack, also wants to see a flop.
1 makes it fold. 5 makes it fold.
Manny never folding for that price. 4 ways to a flop.
Actually starts with 1.
Ace 10 7. Gut shot for Andrea.
1 checks.
Backdoor hearts for Raj.
Yeah, and on cue, Kyle, as we're talking about him opening up, really actually like this flat by him on the button. The hand is ultra wide, but Raj, it looks like, understanding that he is going to have to kind of get in the streets a little bit here with being a little dry on picking up the spots, as you were talking about. So while the hand does look wide, the fact that he does have such a post-flop edge against most of these guys, really glad to see him starting to, so what I'm looking for, adapt to his surroundings a little bit.
Does turn the best hand with a pair of 4s and calls the bet of 150 from Manny, and a river deuce. Most likely, if 4s were good on the turn, they're good here on the river. See if Manny fires once again.
Yeah, can't imagine Raj calling turn to fold river here. Unfortunate for him, Manny doesn't put in the bet. Would have loved to see him find the big hero call on the river against the river bet. But shout out Raj, as we're talking about wanting to see him open up a little bit in late position and start forcing some spots for himself. He does just that. So really good recognition, man. Man, I would have loved to seen the overbet by Manny there and see Raj in the tank.
Jack 7. I look back, I was like, shit, I'm Jack 5.
Yeah, I think you may be like me, EGK. I root more for those kind of spots from a poker standpoint than just aces versus kings.
Always.
in a bloodbath.
Always. I mean, as much as I want to see some pain, I love seeing the wheels turn in these ultra wide, ultra thin spots where someone's just got to hero it off.
This? It's just the card protector.
Collector puts in the raise to 40 with king 10 of clubs.
I keep
and folds around to Uncle T, who's got a suited ace that he will choose to see a flop with. Flops a pair of trays. No clubs for the collector or straight draws. We'll continue.
Yeah, and Uncle T's definitely going to continue here. I think he has all options on the table. We can call, we can check raise small. Definitely a hand with good properties to continue with.
Queen of spades on the turn. Collector does have the advantage of position, and he is going to keep the pressure up.
I wish we had watched Collector with some of his decisions a little more intensely earlier, but if you notice, Kyle, that was really just a snap bet on the turn. And I wonder if Uncle T's obviously he rivers aces up here, but I wonder if Uncle T's paying attention to that or not. And love this check by Uncle T. Love this check. This river card smashes his range if he was barreling his ace highs.
Yeah, and Collector going to step into it. He bets here. One very subtle thing that, of course, it helps to know the cards to pick up on this, but as the ace rolled off, Uncle T's first instinct was to look at his chips before checking. That is something that you can occasionally use to help try to gauge if a card was to your opponent's advantage or not. Raise comes in.
Well played by Uncle T here. Understanding this ace should allow his opponent to continue betting, whether for value or bluff. Okay. And the fact that he puts in just a small raise on river just really shows how much Uncle T recognizes the spot and is attempting to either let his opponent hang himself on the river or get some value by check raising against a made top pair on the river. So just well played by Uncle T all the way around.
That's poker instincts that go all the way back to learning stud with his grandpa in the basement. A lot of years of poker for Mr. Uncle T. We love having him.
Weirdly enough, that's the first game I learned as a kid as well. Was both stud and Raz. But God, Kyle, I haven't played a hand of either one in 20-something years, man. I probably should change that. The more and more mixed games and events are becoming a popular thing.
Well, and I will say, I'm sure Uncle T will correct me if I'm wrong, that is a Cliff Notes version of his story that I know is directionally correct, but potentially the form of, I'm almost certain it was Grandpa, and don't remember if it was the basement or the garage, but he does have a cool story of how he learned the game.
Shout out to local player Bob French, if anyone watching knows him, or Bob, if you're out there watching in between your main event bullet. Bob, local tournament crusher here, did final table the 10K Deuce to 7 bracelet event a handful of weeks ago at WSOP, and he has been in my ear for about a year now. About learning the Deuce to 7 streets. And I have ignored it, and after watching his bracelet FT in that event, man, I am enthralled. And I made him promise me when we were talking out in Las Vegas a few days ago that he needs to teach. He needs to teach me. And so I've gotten the commitment from Bob to at least set me straight on the right path in the Deuce to 7 streets when the summer series comes to an end. And Dante turning a gutter with the backdoor nut flush draw. Unfortunately, not much else going on with the exception of Dave having a gutter here. Really, the A7 high is just good, and Dante's most likely going to just check this down and realize the pot here.
No, it's right, yeah. Yeah.
I even got a check mark. I even got a check mark.
Sorry, no. I thought it was 2.
6 play or didn't play.
You realize I was betting for value there.
I even got the guy in the back telling me, he's like, yeah, check mark on A7. I said, okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah, you checked it out.
Yeah, sometimes.
Did you ace done?
Yeah. I bet on it.
Or C3, so
Shot.
Shot on 20 for the 5-seater.
I don't need it.
You don't need
He
it.
probably won't. Let me play with one.
Yeah, shot on 20 from the 5. I only got one card for the 1. Okay, I'm sorry, the 6 made it 6.
Looks like Raj contemplating his next move here. Maybe a playable hand. Does make the raise. Ace-9 off in the low jack.
The second was
60 is the sizing.
And looks like we got a trap here out of Dave. So let's see how Raj proceeds with this.
5 makes the call. Go to the 5.
Manny makes the call from the straddle with the 9 tray of hearts and 3 ways to a flop. And not the board Dave was looking for, disguising his hand strength with the jacks. Top pair for Raj.
Love the check by Raj here. Wow.
2 pair for Raj. Manny making a pair on the turn, drawing dead. Jacks also well behind. And
here's the sick part is there's a big likelihood Raj is going to get value from 2 players on the street just due to the setup. The checking the ace, Dave's underrepped his hand and turns a gutter. Manny's turned a pair, right? And as we speak, we get the value from both players on the turn.
$250 more likely headed to Raj's pocket. A pretty scary 10 of spades on the river, however. And scary enough to give Dave a straight. Only 10% equity going into that river card, and Dave gets there, but Manny's going to do the betting.
Wow,
Raj.
what a great fold from Raj. What a great fold. On the surface, if he's heads up and doesn't have Dave behind him, I think you see Raj just snap this off by Manny. And Raj just understanding he is handcuffed between the two.
Dave going to be stoked to drag that pot after being well behind on the turn.
Yeah, and I think not only is this a creative check on the flop by Raj, but you know there's a theory in poker, Kyle, about being monkey in the middle, and when you wind up in a situation, you know, where you're in between 2 players on the flop, your hand wants to do a lot less betting, and Raj, you can just see the fundamentals at play every single hand. Dave picking up a nice little pot. Let's see if that kind of gets him some traction here.
Uncle T on the button with ace-8 makes it 70 to go. Manny will oblige with his queen-9. Dante completing into straddle with king tray.
Who raised this pot? Was it Tom? Was it Uncle
Uncle T?
Okay.
Yeah. Top pair for top and bottom pair for Dante. Gut shot for Manny. Uncle T with the ace of hearts, but not a whole lot more working. Dante bets 200. Uncle T returns to Cinder, and Manny.
Well, we got a
Got a
gutter
gut
in the
shot.
heart here, baby. We're at least peeling one, right?
Gotta imagine we gotta at least see a turn, and that we're gonna do. No help with the 7 of clubs rolling off. Dante gonna bet half pot for value.
For you.
Yeah, and while I'm typically not an advocate of showing cards, Kyle, I do think there is another layer to this where Dante is. You can sometimes, when you're playing in a lineup with players that are fun players, there is an added benefit sometimes of still appeasing them and showing the cards. So, you know, some of the things we talked about earlier as far as let's not show our aces, guys, let's make the money. I think there is an added layer, though, where when you are getting to play in lineups with players such as Manny, where it's still okay to do so.
Yeah, and I know you're talking about camaraderie and just another layer from a strategy standpoint, showing not necessarily always bad as long as you're aware of how it's manipulating your image.
Agreed.
So if you have a reason for showing, it's certainly fine, or you're willing to make an adjustment based on the image you just portrayed to the entire table. I think, to the earlier point, where it's minus EV is if you show it, it makes a drastic change potentially to your image that you do not adjust to.
Well, here's a fun one. When you're playing at mid or lower stakes, and you're sitting in a lineup with a guy that typically has a 10 or 12% VPIP, and he shows that one bluff, don't be fooled by it. Don't be fooled. He's still an OMC. That one bluff is to potentially get you to pay off in value, because he's not finding another bluff for another 8 weeks. So there is that caveat as well.
Well, you would have caught me back at the old room when I first started playing live here in Austin. I would always 3-bet 7 deuce the first time I got it, and make sure I had a chance to show it to the table.
Hell yeah, all about it.
And and then you could just bet for value for hours based on that image.
You are correct. Speaking of which, I did attempt to take the 7 deuce against Manny a few weeks ago in a 3-bet pot, and he owned my soul. there was no bounty in play either.
It can be an expensive endeavor.
Yes. So you got to give action to get action sometimes.
Pot brewing here. Rick has continued with his ace-4, and Andrea playing well tonight. He's being sticky with the best hand on a potentially scary board for 2 8s.
Yeah, and I wish we had seen a little more of the action, but this is a good find by Andrea.
He's going to check again, and we'll see if Rick, just above a 1 SPR, see if he can find another barrel here. Does find it, but not so sure it's going to be enough to get Andrea. It is a value size that could make the argument that it looks like he wants a call, but
Lots of times, right?
Yeah, I think Rick's shown a potential. If Andrea's been paying attention, Rick's shown a potential for bluffing. Both him and Collector have shown that they're not afraid to put in some bluffs. Unfortunately for them, they've been on some uncoordinated or unstructured boards. So just a really good find by Andrea as far as paying attention to his opponents. Excellent find.
Yeah, I said it earlier. I mean, he'd been quiet for a bit there, but that, not a straightforward hand that leads to him dragging a $1,300 pot. Andrea playing some good poker. I've not played enough with Andrea to have like a personal analysis of his game, but I certainly do recognize him and have played with him, and showing to be quite the solid player tonight.
Yeah, great find. Great call with the 8s there. Anyone in the chat, how many of you are finding that call, honestly, in game with third pair? Just a really excellent find here by Andrea.
One folds, 2 folds. 3 calls of 20, 4 folds. 5 to the beginning here, call 20.
And the Queen Dizzle from Manny.
Suited ace for Raj, and here comes a squeeze, 160.
Yeah, shout out, Edgar. You're correct. Andrea is doing well. That's not an easy find with 8s to continue turn and river. Just excellent call. I don't think there's anything else to say about it.
And Dave, having flatted with jacks not all that long ago, is going to pick this spot to 3-bet. Goes with a min click with 2 9s.
And I think this is the spot we're talking about, is seeing Raj opening up and playing some poker now. So let's see how Raj proceeds with his hand. Folding's off the table, that's for sure.
Does make the call, so we'll go heads up. Michael will give us a flop. And we see an ace in the window for Raj. Along with the queen and 7, 2 spades. Quickly checks through. Raj, check once again. River is a king. See if Raj goes for some value here on the river, having under-rep top pair.
Do you have a job?
Software engineer.
Yeah, I'd like to see a small bet out of Raj here.
That he does. 125.
Oh, what a sexy bet. What an excellent bet. This is going to be very difficult for Dave to fold his hand. What an excellent bet.
Very nicely played by Raj. Gets himself a little more juice
When he made it 320, you were gonna play
out
it?
of the squeeze, and he'll take down 950.
I like that. A little more juice out of the squeeze.
Not bad, man.
I have to admit, halfway through the saying, I was trying to remember the end of the saying. I got there.
That's all right, man. Every time I try to use a saying, I'll butcher it halfway through. So you're doing much better than I am.
Andrea now up the most we've had any player tonight. Up 4,600. JY avoiding that massive landmine with kings versus aces. Gets away from it. Up 3,200. Manny also winning along with Raj around $1,000.
What's the over/under on how many text and calls he sent out when he went on break after that hand? What's the over/under? 11.5?
I think that's a good line, actually. Yeah.
I mean, and rightfully so. I'd be proud of it too. But yeah, I'm curious. What's the over/under?
Straddle.
Race to 40 by Andrea. A couple of 9s.
That's what I
Rick
wanted
makes a call with a suited gapper.
Don't you know that now?
150 from the 5, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Manny will 3-bet
Well, you're
the
not
button
gonna
with Jack 10-0. And Andrea makes the call along with Rick.
Yeah, and I think Andrea also recognizing this spot pretty well as well
I
here.
had aces once. I remember that.
Rick had already just limped behind him, and so it's
they
not
weren't- I had
often we
aces
want
last
to start
week.
cold calling raises.
Well,
But
he had-
Andrea rightfully
he had king nine, had
recognizing this
aces
is
on
an
bet, and
exploit
he
that we
flopped
can make from
strips,
fundamentals, where
But
we
then I found a
understand we
fold.
don't have squeezers
On
or
the turn,
backdoors behind us.
And
So
9 in the window. Unfortunately, monotone board, but top set for Andrea, and nobody with a spade.
So, like I said, I just wanted to give Andrea credit here for being able to find an exploit as far as being willing to cold call, knowing he's not getting squeezed.
Manny C-bets 400. Andrea makes a call. Rick gets out of the way. Turn is the 4 of clubs, and Andrea with the check mark.
Commentator, that's a good question. That would be
Quick check back from Manny, and River's a king.
It would be me. I commentated all the ones.
Andrea's going to go for some value, but
Yeah. I haven't commentated in 2 years. But the
not
old
going to get
building
paid on the river.
with Tom and Kyle and Will. Body.
so you must saw me.
I know. Of course I've seen you, but I just don't. I just forgot your name. I didn't want to be rude.
Yeah, he's an OG for the live stream.
Wow,
I know,
Manny
I
makes
see
the
him,
call
but I'm
with Jack high.
Well, do we have a misread here? I mean, this is not. I mean, this is even
Let's
outlandish.
see if
for
the
Manny.
hands were tabled.
I mean, looking at Dante's face here, there maybe not a misread.
I call me maybe.
Did Manny misread his hand?
I think there's a chance.
Did Manny
did that
think he had a
earlier.
pair on the river?
Like $400.
I think potentially there was a misread there. I believe the software had the hands correct based on reactions, but either way, Andrea getting paid on the river by Jack High, and he's now up just a touch under 6K.
Yeah, this is quickly turning into the Andrea show here. And I'm rooting for him, man. He's played well.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically been clinical. I can't think of any
He made a Ford.
noticeable mistake that you could call out that he's
No.
made, and it's certainly been profitable.
Yes, he's running well, but he's playing his spots fantastic.
Yeah, I would argue even that most recent hand calling down Rick with 2 overcards to his pair of 8s. Pretty high percentage of players do not win a $1,300 pot in that configuration.
Yeah, I agree, Edgar. I agree. What the hell was Manny thinking? It doesn't add up. I'll be honest. I think there's a high chance that Manny might have misread his cards. Even for Manny, I mean, he's not someone that's just going to light money on fire calling the river with Jack High. I would be safe to assume that he is raising with Jack High before he is ever calling with Jack High on the river. The Kyle's saying that the graphics on our end were correct.
See,
So-
we can never know 100% for sure unless it was, I suppose it was tabled, but I guess a theory I'm going to throw out there that I'm not even sold on entirely myself. He did have 1 spade and the other car was also black. Maybe
Okay.
there was a misread, thought he had a flush.
It could have been a misread as far as a flush. Could have been a misread as far as thinking he rivered a pair with King 10 or King Jack instead of Jack 10. Maybe the 9, thinking he had 10-9 or Jack 9 instead of Jack 10. We're all responsible. I mean, we're all, I should say responsible. We're all capable of making that mistake in game, and I know I have before.
Yeah, if you haven't played a whole lot of poker, if you've never misread your hand to some financial detriment. Nut flush draw here for Dante. Paired board, JY with the overpair.
Yeah, I know JY flatted this hand. Who was the opener on this hand? Was it Uncle T?
We were wrapped up in the Jack 10 of Manny. I missed the preflop action, fortunately.
Yeah, 6-6 deuce boards such as this are going to want to be more big bet boards. So Uncle T is probably going to want to start finding some larger sizing, both with value of bluffs on these boards. If Joey was the aggressor, this would be a spot where he's going to want to start taking bigger sizing. However, Uncle T rightfully understanding to shut this down multi-way.
Backdoor spades, not of much consequence. JY going to go for some value with his 2 10s. 1K already in the middle, goes on the small side. 375, 1/3 pot. Touch more.
Just an ace.
Just an ace. Same here.
But I had the ace side, ace hearts.
Yeah, going back to that mono board,
Jack of hearts.
or that monotone board, Kyle, from a few minutes ago with the 9 high all spade flop. While
I mean, yeah.
things are going to be a little bit different here on a stream game, this is a little trick or tip at home where I had someone teach me a while back as I was starting to jump into theory land, where you can really start to identify what level your opponents are on at the table by seeing how they navigate monotone flops, specifically monotone flops, due to the principles where most hands want to take extremely small sizing on these boards. There's a lot of 1 big blind bets. There's a lot of 10% pot bets. And on the other side of things, when you start moving into later streets of monotone flops, whether turn or river, big bets are not over bets are not used. And you'll see that in Texas cash games quite a bit, where big bets are still used on these boards, and where a lot of times, in theory, 60% pot is your large sizing on monotone boards. And so, just for a trick of you at home, a trick for yourself, Kyle, when not knowing your opponents at the table, whenever you see a monotone flop or a monotone board in action taking place, whether you're in the hand or not, you can really start to identify what level of players your opponents are on. It's just a little trick that you can use.
Yeah, one thing I noticed, particularly at 1-2, is players don't realize the solver says check bet small on almost every monotone flop, whether connecting or otherwise. Kings versus Ace-10, top 2 for Uncle T.
And Uncle T still running hot in Yammer seats here.
6 calls.
Dante does make the call. Going to try to keep him at least somewhat honest. River's a deuce, and Uncle T got to go for some more value. He's going to go
What are we going? Half
a bit
pot?
bigger. It looks like he got snapped as he quickly shows his cards. And no, snapped fold, I believe, as the pot did not grow.
Once you said,
I'm like,
yeah, let's do it. You reacted off. I knew I did. That was all table.
Dante insta-folding the river, and
that's your own fault.
AI
because
chill
I-
user,
like,
did someone lose 4,700 and leave, or what's up? Yeah, you guessed it exactly.
I don't know what to think of that.
Looks like Edgar already answered your question. Yeah, we had a
Yeah, you feel for Yammer, man. He just had one of them sessions where you just get kicked in the teeth over and over again. Some of it, unfortunately, self-put into some spots, but you still feel for him because it's not likely you're just going to get coolered back-to-back hands.
yeah, particularly the just rebought flops 2 pair versus nut
Yeah,
straight.
you feel
It's just,
for him, man.
I mean, really hard not to be human and think, all right, we're about to get back to even right now, and instead you go the wrong direction. As Raj picks up Big Slick, he 3-bets to 175.
Yeah, and with how tight he's been playing, I wonder if there's going to be a lack of action on this hand. And unfortunately for Raj, there is. But, you know, anytime you pick up a pot is a good thing.
I come in for 30 something. I'm in the middle of it. He likes squeezing.
Raj now up
You like it squeezing?
1K. Uncle T right on his heels. Andrea and JY winning all the cash, up about 10,000 combined.
Yeah, but Uncle T's got a $900 hourly going right now.
That's true. He is a late addition to the stream, and I'm sure he'd sign up for that hourly any day.
Man, that'd be nice to have a $900 hourly, wouldn't it?
Ooh, I tell you what, I don't need a boat, but I'd probably have a boat.
7 makes it 189 folds.
Raj continuing to mix it up here, a bit lighter this time. Ace-8 offsuit in the hijack.
I like it. We've been talking about him needing to open up to take advantage of his post-flop edge. And, you know, while this hand is not going to fit in the charts, excellent spot for him to recognize it. Good spot for him to identify it in late position and with an offsuit type hand. So just really cool to see Raj opening it up past his normal game here.
Queen 9 Jack, 2 spades. Raj with the ace of spades, and middle pair for Andrea, the best hand at this juncture.
Yeah, can't imagine Raj is going to c-bet this board. This middling board texture is usually going to just smack the calling range in multi-way pots. So once again, we see Raj being willing to mix it up, but then correctly make the disciplined decision post-flop.
7 folds. 1 call is 100.
Dante, pair open ender. It's going to bet 100. Andrea makes the call. Collector. Pair of 6s and a gut shot. And why not throw in an overcard as well? Does let it go.
Heads up.
River's a brick. Deuce of clubs. Andrea's pair of kings, or excuse me, jacks hold.
Shut up, please, boys.
Out kicking
No.
Dante, and
You're good?
as has been the story all night, Andrea gets to a river, and he's the one with the chips being pushed his way.
All right, since Andrea has been playing pretty flawlessly here, and
Have to say,
is there a spot to nitpick and say maybe he left a small value bet on the river?
tell you what,
I
I'd
even
have to
flopped
be
open
pretty
ender.
creative to critique.
I mean, it's such a
In
small
in
nitpick.
fact-
The guy's playing fantastic, man. I'm just posing the question more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to admit, but I might fall into the category of players who would not have souped that $1,300 pot with
what I
the
was
pair of 8s.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Completely agree.
So, yeah, no, I mean, I can
playing
definitely
fantastic.
nothing. Yeah, really fantastic. like we said, I definitely played with him, but not enough to really have a read on his game prior to this. But
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played with him, to be completely honest.
certainly his game has my respect after these 3+ hours.
Agreed. I mean, we're 65 hands in here, Kyle, and not only has he picked up his spots that we've talked about, he's played them all almost flawlessly too.
Collector with the ladies, he'll raise to 175, and Manny calling with the 9-8 suited connector.
Yeah, this is. I'm kind of rooting for Collector here, man. He's had some difficult spots tonight on stream. He has not been afraid to pull the trigger. While maybe not the most agreeable board textures, he has at least been showing a willingness to attempt to pick up some pots when he hasn't had a lot of spots.
Absolutely.
So when you're sitting in his shoes and having one of these sessions, a hand strong like queens is now your opportunity to kind of make up for some of that. And let's see how he goes about building this pot here.
Gets a reasonably favorable flop. Still well ahead of the field with his 2 queens, jack high board, 2 clubs.
And there's a few hands in play that we know in these multi-way Texas games are going to want to pay to see another card. You know, I can't imagine Andrea or Dante at least. I can't imagine both of them folding here is what I'm saying. I think you would want to. I think one of them is going to give some money off and kind of rooting for Collector here to finally start picking up some traction.
450 is good enough to take it down, and
I'm surprised.
yeah, and not a small win. $720 in additional chips in that pot.
While I agree with all the folds, I'm a little surprised to see them all take place. I wish I had really seen the total pre-flop action and the configuration, Kyle, but just to stoke a conversation here, do you think any of it has to do with the larger sizing he took on the flop and just more of isolating his opponents out of the hand?
Well, I think it's a more awkward spot than it looks when, of course, we can see all the cards.
Correct.
I actually would argue if I go that multi-way with queens and I bet 450 into that pot that already has plenty of money in it, I'm not unthrilled to just go ahead and take it down.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. Just more so trying to pose a question than anything.
Jack for 3 ways to this flop. Ace high, pair of 4s. Technically 2 pair for Dante. Raj going to bet 75 and quick raise to 300, and that'll get Raj out of there.
Man, I wish all my table mates would act as fast as Dante. He plays with speed, man.
Yeah, Dante, occasionally we show a graphic that shows total tank time, and Dante is at no risk of being at the top of that list.
Yeah, I mean, there would not be conversations about shot clocks in poker right now all over the place if everyone played with the speed Dante had.
Yeah, and having played that, I'm going to call it epic session for him, I had a pretty good session largely because I ran aces into kings and held on 2 runouts.
Ooh, that's hard to do.
But, yeah, right. I played so well, Eli. Just got aces when somebody had kings and got all
this
the
is Texas. You
all
put
the money.
Aces all in versus kings, you're not a favorite.
But, yeah, the speed at which Dante acts, I've noticed when it really seems to work in his favor in terms of perplexing his opponents is the very quick calls when they're maybe betting a weaker part of their range or c-betting with air. Really throws him off, and he's got a real one here.
Dante
Big slick
flatting
suited.
and trapping the ace king. Weirdly enough, we're probably not going to see it with this board texture, but he has the ideal hand of 8-9 in play against. And there's a reason the 8-9 is such a dangerous hand, because you can sometimes make bottom straight to ace king. If I were in Dante's shoes, this is the exact hand I would want to see in the field.
As it stands, Dante flops top, and bets and takes it. Kyle Frisbee and EGK with you from tonight from Austin, Texas, here at TCH Social.
Man, it is summertime, Texas poker, the weather's good, WSOP's coming to a crawl, and we just don't take off time here.
You know, I like what you just did, EGK. People spend a lot of time complaining how hot it is often in the summer. Of course, it was a pretty toasty day. It was beautiful weather today. I really enjoyed it.
I did too. And shout out to all of you out there who are understanding of TCH or members here. The AC is fixed, guys. I walked in here an hour or two ago, and the AC was blowing strong. No more fans needed at the table. Shout out to Victor. Shout out to Joe. Shout out to everyone in upper management for finally getting the wonky problem solved. We are chilling and relaxed inside this building.
Yeah, I understand it was no inexpensive task either. So we are all most appreciative to be chilling again.
I mean, can you imagine the power bill on this place?
Yeah, I've actually spent time thinking about that. It's got to be astronomical. 24/7, very cool temperature.
Oh man, I lived in Vegas for 3 or 4 years, and my monthly utility bill was eye-opening. Let's just put it that way. I can't imagine what it costs to ventilate this place with AC.
A lot of square footage to cool.
That was a small button.
So I mean, like, top of the hour, like, if we're not going to play with the button on top of the hour, why have the button? $20 starts from the 9. 9 shows, 20 action starts from the 1. So when we get to that button over there, it'll be a button.
All right, Edgar, have a good night, bud. Thank you for tuning in, man. Really, really appreciate the kind words. Happy to have you viewing the stream. Hope you get some good rest, and we will see you on air in a few days.
Is that what you were trying to do?
Always cool to have somebody from another part of the world or country tuning in from
Where you do pot or fold?
New England.
So around one base, so there's no action before that. Like after one base, there's no action.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what I thought he was saying. So like,
7 calls, 8 mixes.
Got some limpage going on.
there's only one pot and then it runs out.
Round to JY with ace-jack suited, and I believe the limping's going to stop here. Here comes the raise. 175.
Yeah.
The bomb pots have been pretty.
And depending on what Rick decides to do, this could be a cascade of
I don't even
calls.
remember the bomb pots we played.
Yeah, Rick,
Does it have
if
to
the
be on
graphics
pot?
are correct, playing just 2x the raise size here.
Let's just
If
play bomb
action goes
pots.
to you, you either fold.
And he's done
And the pot size big.
the opposite of calling. Well, I don't know if it's the opposite, but the
Pot size back.
Yeah, and
chosen a different move. He's all in for
And
368.
completely agree with this here, man. If we are going to play such a small stack, King 9 suited is just way too much of a hand to be folding. So kudos to Rick for not overfolding the spot, just going ahead and being okay putting it in.
Like, it is
Got some
within
dead money out there as well to his benefit. It's a 60-40.
Run it out.
Gonna rip it once.
Yeah, king high. King 10?
10 high flop.
You have a pair now.
Ace on the river will improve JY. Didn't need it, and he'll take down 775.
Let me leave it on the seat.
And definitely not going to be the most memorable hand tonight for JY, having got away from kings versus aces about an hour and a half or two ago.
Wow, I'm still thinking about that. I still think we've got to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 11 or 12 texts and calls.
Yeah, I would imagine. And, you know, at this point, I've done not exactly sure how many of these streams are hours, but so
You're the
it's getting-
leaderboard, baby.
It's getting tougher and tougher for me to see a first, but the correctly folded kings, that's a new feather in the cap.
I think if if we're doing anything with thumbnails for these streams outside of the standard AI lineup. That's definitely got to be a consideration. Just still excellent job finding the folds with those kings, regardless of how much he did turn his hand face up. Doesn't matter. It is still one of the most difficult decisions you'll face in this game.
Was that 250 as far to reach and see it sometime. 250. Yeah. And 250 from the 7 and the 8 and the 9.
Raj raising to 250 with ace jack offsuit over small raise and a call, and it looks like that's good enough to pick up this pot.
I see.
$105 added to his stack.
Texas size 10-4.
You gotta have something betting in your hand, not
Up and there's Joey. I mean, we've got to be on the over of 11.5 now. Joey rifling off the responses and texts on stream.
2 folds. 4 folds, 5 folds. 6 makes it 35. 7 folds. 6 and a quarter, 35. 9 folds, 35.
We got an Andreas sighting again. I'm really curious to see how he navigates this here.
Right. What makes the call? Read the flop.
Suited ace does make the call. Suited one gapper for Dante. King, king, 10, 2 clubs, nut flush draw for Andrea.
Hell yeah. That's the best
Far and away the biggest piece, along with ace high, which is already good. Bets about 1/3 pot.
Like, no, I don't.
Dante will come along for 1 street. Now board double paired, not favorable for a flush draw, but the ace high likely to be good a lot of the time.
1 check, 6 check, showdown.
We'll take his showdown value and drag another pot.
And once again, this is Andrea's show, baby. We're just living and marveling at it.
Yeah, he flashes a smile. I'd be smiling too if I was Andrea. Up 6,200 now. Looks like we are playing our second to last bomb pot. We will finish, of course, on a bomb pot, as is the custom. Monday high hands, so we talked about Wednesday high hands. We also have it running on Monday, every Monday in June, 12 to 8. $300 for the high hand of the hour. Ton of fun. Earlier you play, typically the fewer players in tables, so greater odds you have of winning that promo. Come early, stay late. Flop checks through. Raj with a 10 high flush on the bottom. We don't love non-nutted flushes in bomb pots. Set of 8s on top for Uncle T.
That's 200.
I don't know why I didn't count. Where are you, Rick?
2 makes it 200. 4's gonna fold.
$200 wager from Uncle T. Nobody else with particularly strong holding. It might be good enough to get through. I'm kind of curious. Yeah, Raj will make the call with the 10 high flush and a straight draw on top.
We should have played the other game. Should have played the other game.
Eight folds, nine folds.
Since nobody bet and flop.
Be interested to see what Raj does if
Button would have won.
Uncle T boats up and is able to bomb this river.
Yeah. Yeah.
No boat comes, but another set. Obviously, still losing to any flush on the bottom.
Could do a suicide.
Yeah, I would really like to see Uncle T just check call the spot. Obviously, it's going to work out where Raj can't really raise with the 10 high flush. I mean, if he's sicko and finds it, he could. But I think the standard play on Raj's end would be the call. Where with Uncle T's hand, because he doesn't have...
Yeah,
Like
Raj.
That is a good one.
We've checked through.
Go
a
ahead.
lot.
I'm sorry, I was just saying with Uncle T's hand, due to split pot, not wanting to get blown off his hand,
Since
limiting the
It's been
pot
the
size
weakest
here
ball
and
five
just allowing a
I've ever
check
seen.
call. Now, obviously, we see that
At
was not
1-2,
worked
at
out
1-2
well.
is
They
where
chopped the
action
pot. So this did work, but just from a fundamental standpoint in
Yeah, I
split
played
pot
that with
games,
State.
that's an
State.
area where
And I
you
did.
can cost yourself a lot of money by betting out of position with the hand as moderate as that.
Yeah, and kind of goes. I said it on the flop. We don't get real excited about 10 high flushes and bomb pots, and Raj gets away on the river there. If you do any kind of bomb pot study, you don't want to be making speculative pot size calls when you're playing only one board. And
Agreed, and I didn't really take a look at what his properties were on the other hand, but folding a non-nut flush if you have nothing on the other side is very standard, and 99% of the time correct.
I didn't think I would like it, but it was fine.
Raj back
I
at
love
it,
that game.
3 betting to 150 with King
It's
Jack.
so irrelevant.
Yeah, you can't really get too touched up. I mean, $500.
So it's like a
And
1-2.
five makes the call.
Man
I
makes
lost
the
a lot.
call with the
I only played
9-7.
once.
Made it straight earlier.
Yeah, that was fun. I lost like
Yeah, I'll
two
be
straight.
honest.
And he flops an open ender.
Let's go
I was all
9-7.
in like 10
Exact
times.
same
Yeah,
open
so-
ender he
so
had
if I
last
for
time. Got there with the
$500
jack on the
all
turn.
in.
Oh, that's right.
First time we had it.
It was ace 10-8 on
First
the flop,
time,
though,
it was
correct?
9 or
Jack
7
turn.
out of 10 first hands.
Checks over to Raj.
Next
Bets
time we had it, it was
150.
9 out of 10.
Ooh,
Yeah.
does Manny go for the
I mean, I
check?
can believe I
raise?
found
That
myself.
game's fun.
How can I not go all in with ace queen suited?
Yeah, you have to.
I mean, I just
It ends up getting so much
even
fun in
ace
the
ten
board.
There it is.
suited.
Limp, limp,
Then
limp,
it
and
becomes,
raise,
how can I not get in with
call,
7
call.
Very small size, however.
My
That
raise
may
tip-
allow Raj to
I haven't
continue.
even seen-
Yeah, he actually did not quite click
It's not
it
a
enough.
game picture
Has to
in
flick
it.
in another green chip. And I think Raj with 2 overs and some potential straight possibilities.
He's not folding.
Yeah, not going to be letting this one go.
It's like watching,
it's almost time.
Well, we should do that. Oh, we can't.
Goes
do it.
without saying, but probably,
yeah, you gotta have
not even probably, certainly trying to decide what these min-click raises mean from
It was
Manny.
great, though. The
I
best
wouldn't
was
be
Trey.
terribly
Trey
surprised.
like
Raj
$5
capable
grand.
of coming back over the
Played a
top
bunch of
even
hits,
with just with
and
2
then
overs,
still
but
lost the
goes the
big
call
tip. I
route.
had to come out and tell him, hey, Trey, you're
Well,
Yeah,
He goes,
I'm really interested to see how Raj
I
proceeds
remember
at
I was playing
this.
that game. It was 'cause
We've
he
been
played
asking for
every
him to open
single
up
hand,
and
he was
utilize
all
his
in
post-flop
almost every
advantage.
time. And then he was like, I've
Queen
played
of
every one,
Hearts
like, I can
and,
close to the end.
Raj.
Stop playing hands.
Whoa.
He's just folding. If he would've
Manny
played,
rips
like,
it.
half
Yeah, and Raj unfortunately just has to fold. Would have been really, really interested to see
What a
happens.
move by Manny.
Wow.
Massive overbet
played
and
that easiest game of pool I've seen
Yeah,
for an
yeah.
hour until we
That's
gets
some good
away with a
poker to
big
watch
semi
right
bluff.
there, isn't
Yeah,
it?
Yeah, well, he's a great player.
Small base, big.
Manny has fought his way up to just about even.
That was awesome.
Feel for Raj because we're just starting to dive into the weeds about Raj taking advantage of his post-flop skill edge here, and just you feel for him, man, because there's literally nothing he can do against that bet.
75.
Nothing. He just has to put
I
it in
wouldn't
the
get
muck.
to sleep.
It's nice when you guys fold. Like,
Dante with the Allen Jackson suited.
One folds.
Try not to over pet name, but you know, got a Allen Jackson just recently played his final show dealing with a serious illness. So
The two players.
shout out Allen Jackson. Middle pair is going to be the best hand for Dante.
Check. 5 make it 90.
8 trizzle.
Call from the 6.
Shout out to all you Octocrab fans out there if you know the reference.
Deuce of clubs on the turn changes nothing.
I check.
Check, six check.
Just heads up.
Six of spades river. Pair of jacks going to be good at showdown for Dante. He'll flip them up. And speaking of Alan Jackson and my propensity to make the occasional bad prediction of the next move of a player, I'm going to try a prediction. Maybe not a prediction, but I guess Alan Jackson, not your kind of music, EGK.
I am very diverse
Okay.
with what I listen
Alright.
to across the board.
I'm actually very similar.
But I'm showing a lack of knowledge right now where I'm almost embarrassed to admit I'm not being able to put a name to it.
Okay. I was gonna say,
And if you tell me
one Alan Jackson song, I feel like we're
yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna call this prediction correct.
Okay.
For now.
What I really
but
meant was
you
there was one straddle. I
you know
wanted
the song
an
Chattahoochee.
additional straddle.
No, wait on yonder, I'm Chattahoochee.
Are we talking folk music?
Oh wow. Okay, so we're not even to country music.
Country music.
Yeah.
See, yeah. The one area that I'm not too vast in. I'm not. Obviously, the longer and longer I live in Texas, a little bit more of it slips into the playlist, but usually more of kind of the mainstream stuff that's easy to cross over to.
That's funny.
Couple of tens here, good on a jack high flop for Dave.
I mean, I can tell you who George Strait is.
Hey, headed in the right direction. He's the man. No, but I respect that answer to music taste. I kind of describe mine similarly. If I hear a good song, I don't really care who sang it or what genre it is. It's a good song.
Agreed.
Not a just, hey, I don't like that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
have
guy.
over the years really found a love for blues, jazz. I have built in a lot of reggae over the years to go along with it. Of course, from growing up in the Bay Area for so many years, hip hop and R&B dominated that playlist for so long. But the older and older I've gotten, it has just really started to expand into appreciation for the arts. I'm still a hippie at heart as well, so hence the reggae.
Yeah, and definitely some musicians we have amongst our player pool here at TCH. Got a gentleman that frequents the tournament streets. He's a jazz musician in a relatively well-known band that has played the Continental Club, a historic venue here in Austin. He's a drummer.
Shout
And,
him out. Give him a plug.
Well, the problem with this story is that I cannot remember his name, although I've played with him a fair amount. A lot of fun to play with. And we also have Will, who is a musician with the Kyle Park Band, if you're familiar with Texas country.
I know we have a couple of employees on the TCH staff here who are local guitarists and perform locally.
Yeah.
They should be.
No, we know you're a tournament player.
Always been a really big
not you. I'm
Metallica
saying
fan,
that's what they would say.
A little
No, really not. I
biased
changed.
from them being
I'm
home to
transitioning.
the Bay Area, but they're still they're just about to start at the Sphere in Las Vegas, I believe.
I'm bi-generate.
Well, because I gave you a mild hard time about your Alan Jackson knowledge, I will say, big fan of Metallica. Did not know they were from the Bay Area, though. Very cool.
Originally from the San Francisco Bay Area. They do a lot of work with the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors.
Bullshit.
It's a lot.
Weirdly enough, fun fact, that new NBA arena in San Francisco that the Golden State Warriors opened 2 years ago now? I think
Sounds
Chase
about right.
Center.
Yeah.
Chase Center. The very first event at Chase Center before a single NBA game was played was Metallica with the San Francisco Symphony.
Oh, that had to be amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. I have a, speaking of having diverse taste in music, I went to the Austin Symphony for the first time a couple years back, and kind of fell in love with the music of a German composer who's, man, I'm realizing I'm bad with these music names. It'll come to me in a moment. Probably somebody in chat would know who I'm talking about. He's relatively popular, but yeah, he has some. He played a lot of the soundtrack for Interstellar as Dante flops trips.
5 makes it 250.
Fortunately, his opponents with not much. However, Manny is betting into him. Just going to flat.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end of stream, and the clock is ticking to start making some money.
You have an 8?
You have an 8?
I do have an 8.
You have an 8?
However, I would argue that the second this camera goes off, Kyle, this game's gonna. We've talked about this before. We've talked about the quote-unquote overtime or fifth quarter. When these cameras go off, man, these games have the potential to explode.
It's when you find out who the real savages are. And Manny coming over the top of Dante's bet.
Let's go,
with
Manny.
Just 9 high, and Dante pretty quick call, and we've got a big pot brewing with 9 high versus trips, and ace on the river for Dante is going to fill him up and give him pretty
Manny
much
go
ultimate
for it?
cup. Yeah, Manny looks like he's shutting down.
Yeah, he's not going to misread and call with 9 high on this one. Did Dante just flash his cards to him?
Good fold.
I believe he just across the table, not to Manny.
Oh, okay.
Showed him to JY, it appeared, and maybe Dave.
You just exposed your 8.
Huh?
You just exposed your 8.
Nice pickup,
I didn't have 8-5.
to say the least, for Dante.
I had an ace.
Ace is good.
Yeah, speaking of musicians, I have a
Great
take
picker, too.
that I get a lot of pushback
20's on.
Carlos Santana.
What
Greatest
pushback?
The
would you get?
re-raise,
greatest
the check
guitarist
raise
of all
hurt my
time.
feelings.
I don't think that's a controversial opinion in my mind.
At least in
Checked
this
right out,
country.
like, oh
Yeah.
my God, I have
No,
ace.
Santana, amazing.
Do I fold?
Has played a lot.
I have 9.
I believe it owned a restaurant in downtown
Yeah,
Austin.
Makes it
Owned a
7.
restaurant in my hometown as well, in downtown Santa Rosa.
Damage control.
Fun fact: he for a long period of time, him and Guy Fieri owned competing restaurants and nightclubs across the street from
Oh,
each
wow.
other.
That's funny.
Definitely entertaining.
7, 8,
But really nice guy. I actually met him a couple of times. I had the lucky invite of once getting to see him play in a private, intimate 20-person setting in a closed
Oh,
deli.
wow. That's amazing.
Late at night, they used to do a local wine and local musician night. And usually it was a bunch of individuals you wouldn't recognize their name, but one night Carlos came down and performed. Just about 18 or 20 of us in a closed Italian deli one night for 2 hours, sitting around drinking wine. That was awesome.
What a surreal experience.
Yeah, very, very, very blessed experience. Also, randomly ran into him in a Starbucks once.
Oh, wow. I think it would take me a few minutes to convince myself that was really Carlos Santana.
It did.
What?
It did. But just always a really nice guy in the community, understanding that he's a popular figure in the community where his name was built, and always willing to talk to the public when you stop him in public. Always willing to take pictures. Never upset about it, even if he's busy with something else. He's just a really good
We played together,
representation
right?
in the public eye out there.
I know I already asked you that question. Thanks for answering.
Somewhat of an interesting scenario just developed. Uncle T c-bets semi-bluffing with a gut shot to Broadway, and Manny just rips over the top. However, after that last spot, Manny's stack. Actually, I believe the graphic may be incorrect that I saw, or maybe I misread it, but did have 1,800 remaining.
1,000. Put 7 for 1,000 behind.
It's like Manny is in let's play a big pot mode, or bluff our way to a big pot.
Yes. 1 folds, 2 folds, 4 folds. 5 makes it 75. 5 and 6 both
And
folds.
Manny with the Jack 10 again.
I'm gonna get to you 1 second, bro. Actually, go over here. You got 7 folds and 8 makes it 175.
Jacks again for Dave. He is going to 3-bet them this time. 175 is the raise. Small 3-bet sizing over the top of Manny's open, and
Woo, wrong
Manny-
time, Manny.
He's gonna raise.
yeah, Manny hit a gear shift. Potentially after the failed bluff versus Dante, and just a flat from Dave.
I mean, I understand the Jack's not wanting to go crazy, but looking at stack sizes here, I think Dave's just got to be willing to put it in. He runs the risk of getting bluffed off the hand post flop.
Yeah, and somewhat disastrous flop. Ace Queen 4, and Manny is not going to be backing down. Yeah, he just rips it, and Dave at least going to mull this over, but pretty tough to call on the Ace Queen 4 with a couple of jacks.
Yeah, kind of as we were talking about, Kyle, not wanting to get bluffed off the stack sizes, but if we go all the way back to what's our opponent's range, Manny's one of the very few opponents where that range includes hands that we dominate with jacks and a bulk of hands that we dominate. So jacks, when you're playing against Manny in this type of a configuration, really starts to turn into similar hands such as queens or kings versus
He has ace jack, right?
how they would be against other opponents, right? When Manny's capable of doing this with deuces, threes, 5s, 7s, your 5-7 suited, your ace deuce offsuit, etc. Jacks just go so far up in value that we just want to get it in.
I run right into a brick wall there.
Couple of trays for Uncle T. He will limp in. And Manny still sitting in 5th gear. He will, he just calls. Collector's the razor with the 10-7 suited.
All right, let's go, Collector. Getting in the streets, baby.
Ace King for Dante. He 3-bets to 300, and
this is now the second ace Manny
Ace
has
4.
folded pre-flop.
Yeah, gonna get out of the way.
But we love seeing this 5th gear from Manny, though, right? Like, he understands the stream's about to end. He's wishing he had a few more $1,000 in front of him. It's really fun. I promise. It's fun to play games like this when guys hit that 5th gear.
No, Raj was gonna raise.
Yeah, and Manny has chipped up about $1,000 doing just that in the last
I'm terrible at poker.
few hands.
I'm getting worse by the minute.
Shout out to Chumba joining us in the chat here. How you doing, man? Happy hump day to you as well.
Yeah,
Glad you
happy
could
hump
join
day.
us.
40's on the 5.
And we'll take a round of defense now.
It's been a fun stream. We've had some action. We've had some pain. We've had one of the sickest folds you will ever see on a stream game. Kings folding to aces correctly pre-flop to catch you up, Chumba. So if you weren't joining us earlier, you're going to have to go back a couple hours ago and watch that spot.
160 to play.
To sum it up, Andrea's been kind of the big winner. He's ran well, but he's played extremely well with his hands. He has realized with under pairs and found the hero calls. He's gotten max value with nuts versus other connected hands. He has gotten great value and played 9s in a fashion that was just correct to exploit and play. Andre has really been the leader of this show.
Yeah, just has made methodical, good decisions, start to finish. I couldn't agree more, Eli.
I did. I cut off 7 inches.
Seems very
composed
and confident in his game.
Absolutely.
Problem number 1.
And then, just to throw it in there, Uncle T joined us after Yam kind of had an unfortunate session, and when he goes back and watches that, Uncle T immediately picks up aces in his seat. It's not going to be a good feeling. And I feel his pain. We've all been there.
Good cut. Good cut. Good cut. Good cut from Manny. 20's on. The 40's on for Dante. 6.
Next time. You'll do the 40? Okay. That's good. That's fair enough.
All right. As you guys see, as the stream's starting to come to a close, we're starting to have multi-straddle negotiations take place.
Yeah,
So
320.
If you are watching this and you are within driving
Never
distance,
an 80.
I
I've
would
done 80, but I've
highly
done- I've done
encourage you to
320
start
before.
getting in the car and
Just
coming
because
down
everybody
here
was-
as the stream comes to a close.
One of those.
That was eventful.
Don't you wish you had done 80 now?
Nope, Chumba, nothing different. Another
about choices.
fantastic action-filled day at
Don't
TCH.
you wish you didn't?
Actually, Kyle, there is something different. The AC's back on.
Yeah, we're cooling down, and Manny should have about as loose an image as you can have it at a poker table, and he's got queens now.
Oh my God, that was
Raj
on the inside. My outlet. My
opened
that was
this
my,
pot
that was my outward.
with
That was
the
my
ace
inward
four of
monologue,
clubs.
sorry.
He'll make the call.
Yeah, and correctly just flatting the 3-bet as well here in position. No real reason to 4-bet the hands.
Queen in the window, top set for Manny, and Raj does flop. Gut shot to the wheel.
So
Unfortunately,
No
club
gut
help.
shot. No gut shot. He flops bottom.
Oh,
pair.
excuse me.
I ran that all the way up to like 32.
The fact that there's no club on this
I told
board
you
is
I
going to
won too.
limit how much Raj
Yeah.
puts into the pot.
Remember I texted you saying
However,
that
he
is
is
the worst
definitely
table I've
going
ever
to
seen.
continue at minimum 1 street.
Absolutely, I've never seen. I just need to
Minimum.
get hands. They're calling everybody. I was like, oh my God, it's $500 a hand. I'm like, oh my God. Yeah, I mean, I lost some big hands.
9 of
but,
spades
I mean,
on
I
the
ended up-
turn will seal Raj's fate. Manny not likely to get a ton more
They were
value
just-
from
I was like,
Raj.
man, this is a great. I mean, it's a great table. You want
And
that.
he's going to
People-
go
I can't believe
sizable.
that.
Looks like
You
600.
want that. So what? You lose, but you want.
Right.
I mean,
You get access.
yeah.
Bit more.
Just-
You're gonna have
Nope,
to get a
exactly
class.
600.
like
Excuse
people
me.
are like always berate.
Tell you what, it
especially
might
at
be
1-2.
time for some of that Cajun salmon. I'm misreading the
Yeah, they
board.
call
and-
their like gut
I'm like-
shot for a pot
I'm
size
hungry.
bet.
That sounds good.
Yeah, the hunger.
Good hand. No, I
Setting
always
in.
compliment them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I
I
think
was
for
calling
me and you
everybody.
both, that's always
no,
a
that's
go-to
better.
if we can't figure
I
out.
mean, I want
I
them
tell
to
you
come.
what, one thing though that I
You
tell
want-
people,
you want action.
well,
Yeah.
for myself, I'd rather be doing
Good or bad?
commentary than playing poker hungry because it's definitely not good for my win rate.
Oh, it's not good
Hungry
for
and
anyone-
tired, yeah.
anyone's win rate.
Hungry and tired, bad idea at the poker
Excellent fold by
you
Raj
turn the
here. I think
aggression
this
up,
touches as well,
Yeah,
Kyle. I
Raj.
think a lot of us in
Why'd you
game.
jam there?
I
Pocket
know I'm
nines?
responsible
No,
for
he doesn't
this.
draw.
When you're playing against an opponent like Manny, who is so wide
Hey,
and
jam.
has such a loose image,
Oh,
we
bro.
often
You still had
forget
a
that
straight
they
draw
can
out
pick
there.
up real
He
hands.
could have got nailed.
Yep.
And Raj just, you
And a
just see
flush
how
touch. Someone
talented
jacked
this
in
kid
his
is
face,
that he's
man.
not going to force the issue. He understands the stream's
What's
coming
that,
to a
Raj?
close. He understands he hasn't
shouldn't
made
do
as
it.
much money as he
pulled
wants to. He understands he's the best player in the game, but he still is finding discipline folds.
80's on.
So I just shout out and
160's
and
up.
kudos
Wait, don't
to
look at your
Raj
cards.
here
Don't look
for
at.
that. I think a lot of us
Oh.
would sometimes force the issue and overcall in a spot saying, I'm going to finally pick him off.
Yeah, and you bring up a point that I
Yeah, 100%,
have
and you know
said
Tom's
often
doing the
and try to
640.
remind myself.
I'm not even doing that one.
The loose aggressive player at the table gets exactly as many premiums as everybody else
So
does.
true, man. So true.
And important to always keep that at least in the back of your mind. Not so much that you play overly careful. And speaking of those scenarios,
And I wanted
Manny
to
now with
apologize for pulling the
jacks.
clock on you.
Manny in fifth gear and starting to pick up premiums.
Yeah, he's-
man.
I never. I just.
He's in fifth gear and
I was
he's
anxious.
adding some NOS to the engine.
Jacks?
Oh man, do you remember Ross?
What did I have?
Wow, that's a product or reference I haven't heard in a long
Little
time.
Fast and Furious reference, maybe.
Not just Fast and Furious. I mean, we're
Aces
close
are
to the
king.
same age. We grew up in that time frame where
I mean,
street
serious.
racing was
Is
really,
Or I
Yeah.
top,
really
or I
the
flop
thing,
ace
man.
king.
Oh,
Or
it's pre-flop. Pre-flop.
Drea
Oh,
makes the
6 no,
call
no, it wasn't
and
pre-flop.
looking for a 3.
We go slowly.
It's pre-flop.
oh, I had aces then.
Fortunately for Manny, 2 overs to his jacks. No help for Andrea. Small C bet. And Andrea's going to come along for another street.
Oh, I thought that was
So
the
close.
3. I thought that was the 3.
400.
Manny going to continue.
5 makes it 400.
40% pot.
No way.
And this is another spot very similar to what Raj had, right? Where we understand Manny is so wide and we can beat a bluff, but just Andrea again just showing
play,
that
let's play
he
deuce to seven.
understands. It's just not the right spot.
Single.
And Manny has
Sure, but I was too much gambling.
here in fifth gear turbo mode, whatever you want to call it.
Well, you get,
He
well,
was
you get one
stuck when he
draw on
started
flop, and
fifth
then, of
gear,
course,
and now
you get
he is a
3 cards.
winner,
You get a new card
up
on the river in the turn if you
5-16.
want.
And
Just like that.
Is it me? I'm on my
speaking of
straddle?
fun to watch, we've got about 30 more minutes left or so.
Chumba, are you not local? I see you questioning the Cajun salmon, saying it sounds awesome.
Do you
like
have
you've
a
never
job
had
as
it. Whenever you, if you're not local, whenever you
Part-time
make it
job?
out here, man, it's got to be your first go-to
Is that a
on the
power
menu.
plant? My son works at a power plant.
1 calls, 2 and 3 both fold, 2 and 4 both fold, 5 calls, 6 folds, 7
Raised to 100 with King Queen for JY. Andrea makes the call with the King Jack. Dave in there.
Side gig.
Well, says call, but likely to be in there with the Ducks. Gonna have a big multi-way pot here. Ace-5 tray.
Yeah, one of the better boards Raj can ask for, too. Obviously, really hard to recognize or realize equity such multi-way, but one of the better boards without making a set.
non-check.
Likely to check through.
It's exciting.
And we will see a
would be
turn.
an interesting card. That's an
Internal
interesting
model.
card also.
It's got to be internal then.
Would love to
I know,
see this
well, I don't
battle
have-
get down to Raj and
I just
Dave
said
here.
exciting.
Yeah. 5 check.
I don't have a filter. That's the problem. I rarely get out in public, so.
They just let you out.
They did. I go out once. I just come here to play here. That's the only time I ever go out.
Seven's going to make it 250.
Hey, I can speak from knowing Dante. That's true. That's true. Dante, you know, is much more of a family man, and will pop in for stream games.
At the conclusion of this hand, I got to tell Dante just there saying he doesn't have a filter. I have a quick story of how I met Dante.
Chumba up in Northwest, huh? Where in the Northwest, Chumba?
I can't do it.
I'm originally from Northern California
Not
as
a
well, so trust
position.
me,
Not a
I
position.
understand the seafood and the
Not
fish
too
coming off
good.
the Pacific coast there. But whereabouts are you watching from, man?
Made some donations to you today.
Raj
No,
picking
no,
up a
no.
not
I'll give you-
inconsequential pot with the pair of fours. Did have the best hand, but definitely have to tread lightly on that board versus that many opponents.
5.
Yeah, speaking of Dante not having a filter, the way I was introduced
five.
and met Dante is we were playing at the old room, so this is years ago. He turns to me and
Bump this
says,
game up a little.
"You look like Jason Kuhn if he was out of shape."
Which is weird because every time I get near you, I feel out of shape.
Well, at the time, he was correct. So I couldn't. I was like, you know, that's pretty accurate, actually. Sort of.
I guess
was
that's,
like, I
a,
wish-
that's a really good reference.
I mean, at least he picked a really great player. I'll take that part. Raj,
really great's an understatement, man. That guy,
Yeah.
Jason Kuhn, dude. He is the elite of the elite, man.
ace king suited for Raj.
Forgive me, I hope I don't butcher this, so I'm going to attempt to not recite the hand history, but I believe during either day 1 or day 2 of WSOP main event coverage, Kuhn correctly folded the second or third nut flush.
I saw that hand. It was
the queen high flush to the ace high flush,
Right.
and called it out as well.
Yep. He said you just have the ace high flush and or something like that. Yeah, I watched the whole hand. It
Oh
was
my God, he is such a fantastic
excellent
poker
fold.
player.
2's all in.
And Uncle T rips it on Raj, and we're about to have over a 5K pot. In all likelihood, Manny laying down the king 10 and Raj.
800.
Yeah, the snap. There's no other question. It's just a snap. Just the only question is, do we run it once or twice?
You're running it twice.
Looks like we're going to go the twice route. Uncle T reasonably likely to get a refund here, but going to need some help. 10 in the window is a welcome sight. Needs to hold on this board.
Yeah, and that was with a 10 burned also.
Otherwise, he burns and out.
You guys don't want to show the cards for fun?
Got to avoid an ace, king, or jack. Or, excuse me, queen. Manages to do so. So Uncle T with a chance to scoop.
They just want to see something.
777.
Jackpot.
He's all in. He's all in, so he's got to show first.
It's ace king versus ace king.
He's got to show first.
And
someone at the table keeps thinking it's ace king versus ace king, but y'all haven't played with Uncle T long enough.
Chop.
Yeah.
and refund for Uncle T and Raj. They'll chop it up. Chop it from Uncle T.
You said it last time. That's your hand, isn't it?
No,
Yeah,
18
it's-
hearts.
But you
Tell you what, unenviable position for Raj after losing the first board there. You just feel like
We should flip it over ourselves.
At least one card. Yeah.
it's going to be tough to dodge all the bullets on the second.
I don't know if you'll know this.
Chumba chiming back in here. Vancouver, Washington. Oh, that's a gorgeous area, Kyle. Have you ever spent time up in the Pacific Northwest?
Only Oregon.
I mean,
but
yeah,
never Washington.
Very, very similar. You know, northern Oregon, southern Washington border, western Idaho border, connecting all three of those areas. Just really, really beautiful parts of the country.
Yeah, I had a wonderful time. I
That one
was
was for Kyle and
in
Eli
my
and the
deepest.
Bruins. I know they were just like.
Uncle T. I said, I know that our heads were exploding back. Indeed, they were, Uncle T.
No, I'm rooting
did
for
not
you,
expect
man.
the rip.
I'm rooting for you, man.
I was the most into golf I've ever been when I went to Oregon, so I got to play some beautiful courses.
Like, oh
and
my gosh, you got queens or kings.
Chumba asking a question. Please explain the double play of cards. New to me, if you could. Okay, so basically, what it is, Chumba, is here in Texas, it's allowed in most rooms. I think it's becoming a lot more common across the country now as well. In most rooms, when there is an all-in situation, players are given the opportunity to decide to run the board once
Your
or
squeeze percentage
twice.
is low.
While running it once or twice, there is no difference in changing the equities of the hand. What it does is it just reduces the variance and gives you an opportunity to chop the pot compared to losing or winning your entire stack. So that's the quickest way to sum it up.
Flop the boat here for Dave. Unfortunately, nobody with really anything, but Manny's going to take a stab.
Jackpot. Exactly.
Is the 10 on the top board in the door?
Turn is a 5.
Turns the open-ender, kind of one of the cards Manny's looking for if he's going to continue. Don't recommend this at home, boys and girls, but in the eyes of Manny, that's one of the cards he's looking for.
Does make the call to a river. King of Hearts, and Manny able to dodge the disastrous Ace 4-6. Dave's going to ask for it all,
Ever since
and
we talked about the V-Pip game,
nowhere to go but the muck for 8 high.
got everybody excited.
Yeah, and you explained it obviously perfectly, Eli, but I do want to emphasize a point because I feel like a lot of new players don't understand
Yeah,
this.
fire away.
There often will be, really only at the low stakes, but players seeming to decide if they want to run it twice based on what they hold. Really, the decision does not need to be made that way. The only decision is, do I want to lower my variance in this spot? Because, as you said, it does not change the outcome, only a reduction in variance over time.
That's a really, really good point. And the more and more, or the longer I spend in this industry, I've changed my stance quite a bit. Another good point, Chumba, is you start playing games where this is allowed, you're going to run into a theme where at the lower stakes, the player pool, even sometimes at the mid or high stakes, players misunderstand and think just because you run it twice with one person you need to always run it twice. And people will take offense if you don't and tell you, I'm either always once, I'm always twice, you better do the same thing with me. Don't listen to that. It is purely a player decision. There is no rule in place that says you have to do the same every single time. If you feel like you want to run it once this time and twice the next time, go right ahead and do it, man. Unfortunately for myself, I have a little bit of a different philosophy. That's just due to being a for-profit player in these games, where if I'm up against another for-profit player in a hand, unless this pot is just ginormous through the roof, a lot of times I'm going to lean to running it once just because I feel that my decision-making process to get in this spot is better than most. Not saying it's always correct. It's just saying I would favor my thought process over theirs to be in this all-in situation, where if I'm playing with a recreational player or a VIP in the game, oftentimes, such as playing in a situation versus Manny, I'm always going to give that player the decision to what do you feel most comfortable with and lean and be okay with whatever their decision is.
Collector here, top pair, top kicker. Manny, just king high, but does wager 300 on the turn. Collector certainly going to continue. Goes just the call route. Likely trying not to scare off his customer. 9 pairs on the river. Not Collector's favorite river, likely. Manny is going to have sometimes gotten here with a 9, but
yeah, and obviously we can see the cards here. We can see that Manny doesn't have anything, Kyle. But from Collector's standpoint, against a player that is proven over and over to be very sticky, this is such a good spot for a big bet for value. Obviously, we can see it wouldn't work, and he's made the right decision by checking and letting Manny hang himself. But the more and more, we play poker, we always don't want to think in results-oriented terms. We want to think in what's the overall correct play for this situation. And there's just so many hands that are going to have to stack off or call a big bet from a player here that would love to really see Collector get in the mode of utilizing a big bet for value in some of these situations.
well, we just found out that maybe Manny has taken it out of 5th gear, maybe back into 4th, because as you were talking there, Manny checks back wisely.
Yes, correct.
A part of me thought, I wonder if he just rips it here. There's 1,100 in the middle.
Well, we turned off the NOS for a second.
Yeah, the NOS is off. And
oh God, those were the good old days, weren't they?
Simpler times.
I'm embarrassed to admit this, Kyle, but I had a 1994 Acura Legend.
Heck yeah.
And the embarrassing part was, we thought it'd be cool to go ahead and put the underglows on the car.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, we didn't professionally install them. We decided to go down to Circuit. If you remember the old store, Circuit, the electronic chain.
Not Circuit City?
Circuit City, thank you. Not Circuit.
Okay.
Circuit City.
I was like, is that a West Coast thing?
No, Circuit City. You remember the store?
I do.
And went and bought a $200 underglow kit. And the instructions, when you opened it up, said, open from box, attached to car, enjoy. And me and my brother spent an entire day bootstrapping this thing to the car to only have them all shatter 30 seconds the second we drove out of the first driveway.
Yeah, the underglow kits were quite popular.
The underglows, the spoilers bigger than the vehicle.
Yeah, the spoiler on a 4-banger with no modifications.
Yeah,
in many cases.
The
$1,600
car with a $2,500 spoiler on it.
Yeah. What else? Oh yeah, and the body kits.
The body kits.
It was always funny when the person, going back to the, putting a $2,000 spoiler on a $1,600 car, you'd also see the people that they could afford the body kit, but they couldn't afford the paint job yet,
Yeah.
so they just had the gray body kit.
So true, man.
Raj with a couple of 9s raises to 125.
It was a whole lifestyle back then.
Oh yeah,
wasn't
it was.
We all had speakers and sound systems in the car worth more than the car itself.
Yep. Fun times. King 10 tray, 2 hearts, 9s, still good. Raj.
Yeah, Chumba knowing the Circuit City reference.
That's right. I remember the day they went bankrupt.
He's on that show,
Oh yeah, I don't know.
UFC. Yeah, that's what I remember him.
Kind of sad day in American culture, I would even say.
Yeah, Radio Shack.
'Cause I remember going to Circuit City or Best Buy was like, you know, people will go to like a Bass Pro Shops now as like a destination, not just to buy stuff. I felt that way about those.
Yeah,
we're going to
absolutely.
Circuit City. This
Absolutely.
is like going to Disneyland for semi-adults.
Yeah.
We were a little late.
A little late.
Yeah.
9's still good on the river. And Manny going to take a stab here. See if Raj can sniff this out.
All right, I'm going to call it right now. Raj finds it.
Would be quite the call.
Oh, it'd be a sick call, but I'm going to put my money on Raj finding the call here. Manny correctly using properties, though, if he's going to find the bluff. Correctly using, a hand that contains a jack in it here. Raj has not had some easy spots or not a lot of spots to find. So, and he's fully capable. So I would be impressed, but at the same time, not surprised whatsoever. I'm laying my money on him.
He makes the call. Great call by Raj.
Excellent call, Raj. Excellent call, man.
Manny not really wanting to show the jack high, and
I said fucking nice, right?
high five. It's always a good sign if you make a tough call on the river and you get a high five from a table mate who wasn't in the hand.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad Raj at least proving that we know a little bit about what we're talking about. We've been speaking his praises all stream long without much traction, but still speaking his praises throughout the stream. So Raj, of course, thinking of me and you there, right? He's thinking, how do I make sure the commentators look like they know what they're talking about?
Yeah, and I mean, he's only up a touch for a game this size, but I can't think of a spot we've been talking about where he has a huge value hand versus another big hand that can pay him off. It's been basically devoid of his session. So
yeah, and a lot of people just staying out of his way as well when he's 3-betting pre-flop.
Couple of 9s for Dante. He will limp in. Dave going to raise the 7-5 suited. Collector, ace-4 of hearts. It's going to sprinkle in 175. Going to be on the small side.
Very, very small sizing.
What makes it 325? 5 and 6 gold. 4 rather. It's like moment for sure.
Yeah. Like 1 black, 3 green.
Dante will fold the 9s.
Yeah.
Dave does make the call with the 7-5 suited and flops a gutter and a flush draw.
This is the type of board we've been waiting for, Kyle. Let's see some pain.
Both players with a nice piece. Collector top pair. Gut shot to the wheel. Action on Collector. He slows down and checks, and Dave just insta-rips it. Collector asks for a count.
Wow, what a sick bet by Dave here.
Did not want to ever be denied his equity, just puts all the chips in the middle. It's one way to never be denied your equity.
Yeah, I mean, think about it this way, right? If Collector is squeezing with kings, queens, jacks, 10s, 9s, all of these hands, how difficult is this for him to find the call, right? And if he does hero off within these hands, obviously we can see top pair, but in Dave's shoes, he's looking at a range that includes a lot of pairs under the ace.
I think it's reasonably likely Collector finds the call here because Dave, is he ever doing this with a set 2 pair? does
I
lean
agree.
toward draw heavy.
I agree. However, what I'm saying is, from Dave's standpoint, this is just such a great find because if he does get called off, he's just never in bad shape.
Yeah.
And if he does get a fold, we're never upset about winning a 1K plus pot with 7 high.
Yeah.
Ever. It's always a good thing.
Basically, the only disasters for Dave is Collector has bigger spades.
That was the
inside.
only disaster, and obviously that's just such a rare situation compared to all the hands in range that I think this is just a great find by Dave here.
Huh?
Put it in the chat. Does he call? Does he fold? Tough decision here for Collector.
I'm ready to go home.
Way to stick it out.
Huh?
Way to stick it out.
Way to go?
Way to stick it out.
Yeah, think long, think wrong, man. There
Makes
you go,
the call.
Collector. There you go. Great call, man. Don't overthink it.
Twice is nice. Twice is nice.
Don't show your cards. Don't give these people any.
We're going to go twice.
You hear an Uncle T in the background saying, don't show your cards. Uncle T, you're the one who showed the aces, man. I'm going to call you out only because we're friends.
All right.
Oh, get big one. Get 10. Yeah, just big one, please.
No help for Dave on the first turn card. River is a tray, and
Collector.
5 of hearts looking for a spade or a 4 does not come.
Wow.
A Collector makes the big call and is rewarded.
And Collector is going to finish this stream in a much different spot than what he's
Absolutely.
been experiencing. So great find. You got to give him credit. He's had some tough spots all game long, and he's been in the blender a few times. He's definitely shown a willingness to get aggressive and try to pick up pots. He has 3-bet light. He has bluffed post-flop, and he just hasn't been able to get much traction. So kudos for staying in game and putting it together and being able to find a big call at the end of a session.
Yeah, now up 1,300, and as you said, Eli, there was a long stretch there where poker probably felt a lot like work to
Of course.
Collector.
It does,
But
to the best of us.
now sitting on $5,300 and change, and gonna go home with a profit.
What'd you have?
As we
Try to
get
figure it out.
near the end of the stream, we'll conclude with a bomb pot here in a few hands.
5-7 6, yeah.
Okay. That makes sense.
Big game. Am I straddle?
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
9 makes 50.
Raised to 50 by JY, suited King 7, and Uncle T, big slick. It's going to raise to 275.
5 fold, 6 folds.
Chumba, to explain the confusion here of 2 cards, that's because the flop had already come out by the time they went all in. So a little bit different from when Uncle T and Raj went all in pre-flop. There had been no community cards dealt yet. Here, the hand that we just witnessed between Dave and, Collector, is the fact that the flop had already come out. So you can't run the flop multiple times after it had come out because the all-in action did not take place until the flop was dealt. So once the flop was dealt and they both decided to go all in, they can only decide to run it once or twice for the remaining cards that have not currently been brought out. Hopefully that clears that up for you.
9-8 of clubs for Andrea.
Okay. 1 makes it
In the cutoff, we'll make a raise. Uncle T now with another big ace, but he'll let the ace-jack go in the muck.
I haven't had luck with that hand all night.
All right. 5 makes it 105.
And Uncle T just got a stare from us.
I've done 40? Definitely.
Dante with the 9-7 suited makes the call of Manny's 10-6 suited raise to 105. Raj looking at a pretty decent squeeze spot. He's got ace-10 offsuit, but he will go the call route.
Yeah, I really think in Raj's case, all three options are on the table here. His hand is just so middle ground. Obviously, the offsuit varieties we've talked about when structuring do like to squeeze, Kyle, compared to the suited varieties. However, just due to the lineup, and we've talked about Raj having such an edge post flop where he can actually start to make these deviations much more and start to take a few more multi-way pots than theory would suggest, just simply due to the edge he has on the field. So really good to see him mixing it up.
Checks through to the turn. Ace high still good for Raj. Dante going to take a stab with his flush draw. Nobody showing interest of yet. Looks like that's going to work.
Yeah, Chumba, I can totally see how if you've been away from the game for a long time, or, whether it's been 5 years, 10 years, or you're just been playing in home games most of your life, there has been a lot of advances and changes in the poker industry over the last handful of years. Running it multiple times as you're seeing, is now kind of the norm in cash games. And just to clarify, this can only be done in cash games, not in tournament play. We're seeing shot clocks and chess clocks being introduced into the tournament side of things. The tournament side of the world now uses big blind ante formats instead of everybody anteing. Cash games have now employed bomb pots in side action games such as Deuce 7, stand-up games, all of these just to try to add a little more excitement. The poker industry, I would say, has done a really good job over the last 5 years of trying to advance and trying to adapt. Otherwise, it just becomes stale after a while.
Big blind ante, another nice change.
Yeah, that was one of the best fundamental changes tournament poker has ever had. I used to be in the box, Kyle, and I used to deal years ago before the big blind ante ever came into play. And I'll tell you, that's honestly one of the things that scarred me and kept me away from tournament poker for so long.
The disdain for
it was
standard
just recently, as you know, over the last few years, I've gotten into tournament poker, and it was a lot of dealing in the 14 through 16 time frame where you can't rip a single card off the deck till all 9 players put that ante in the middle every hand.
Yeah, it would be brutal. And final hand here, we will conclude on this bomb pot. We've got 10s full flopped on the bottom board for JY. Trip 7s for Manny Fresh could get him in a bit of trouble, although actually could get him in a lot of trouble. JY does have the king on top as well.
See you next time.
We got top boat here.
Yeah, just in front. Yeah.
Turns are an 8 and a 6.
Yeah.
See you next time.
Going home.
I know.
Ping me.
And Raj drawing dead. JY with a legitimate shot at a scoop.
300.
He's going to bet less than pot. See how Manny wants to proceed with his trip 7s. He is going to make the call. Raj folds. River is an ace and quads for JY, and this will be a scoop. 1150 is pot. That's the most he can wager.
Always fun to finish your session with quads.
1150.
Full pot is the price. Manny's going to mull this over for a moment. Definitely think this should be a fold. You're not even beating a 10 now. Of course, you really hope that your 7 fills up. Got to be careful with trips, especially with an overcard for the exact reason he's behind in this case.
Get the top or the bottom?
Trying to get a little information out of JY.
Yeah, good night, Chumba. We're going to be wrapping this up in just a second anyways. Thanks for tuning in, man. Glad we could answer a few questions for you. And we'll have a lot more streams coming up as we have a tournament series about to start here. And then we're just about 60 days out, Kyle, from WSOP Circuit.
Wow.
All
Put it in
over
days
again,
already.
man.
It's coming soon.
I am so excited.
Yeah, massively successful first ever WSOP circuit event came to Austin earlier this year, and pretty much immediately it was announced that they're coming back in September. So, ton to look forward to as Manny shows the 7. I think we're going to end up finding a fold here.
You know, it's just a few years ago, Kyle, that this industry normally had a big swoon in the summertime. You know, WSOP takes over the industry in Las Vegas, and then you really don't have much for a couple of months. Those days are gone, man. Everybody's running. Choctaw is welcoming the WSOP circuit here starting in about 10 days. We're running our summer series. Houston and Dallas has events taking place all in August, and then, like I said, we turn the calendar to September, and we welcome the World Series back here to Austin.
We'll be here before we know it, and Manny saves himself 1150, but JY, he'll take down another pot, and it was the night of that man there with the tremendous fold of Pocket Kings versus the aces of Dante. Andrea playing pretty much rock-solid poker from start to finish. He'll win 5,100, just a touch more than JY.
Let's give some shout-outs to a few people across this board. This was an interesting stream. Andrea, as you just mentioned, played fantastic, top to bottom through the entire stream. Kyle, as you said, Kyle, JY here. As you said, Joey found one of the best folds we will ever see in streamed or televised poker. Just finding the fold with kings pre-flop, managing to lose $100. And then also Collector here, man. Collector was having somewhat of a frustrating session. We've all been there. And then just finding the big call at the very end to take him into profit. Raj as well, another one. Raj, just all of these guys played fantastic tonight. It was just a really, really good stream to watch.
Yeah, ton of fun, and want to thank our dealers, Dan and Michael, who've been in the box all night, of course, working double time, dishing out the cards, calling the bet sizings back to the booth. And there's Frank just in time in the foreground. He was pushing the buttons in the back, keeping all the graphics in line for us all night. Want to thank all of you in chat. Had a really fun, active chat. And that'll close things out from Austin, Texas. Kyle Frisbee and EGK with you tonight. We'll be back next Wednesday for another cash stream, some No Limit Texas Hold'em. Join us for that. Always 6 to 10 on YouTube. Have a great night, everybody.
Good night.